hired me back in January.
Okay. I kind of heard that partially through Marshall, and I think maybe even later might have mentioned that.
Yeah, I speak to Marshall quite often. I spoke to him yesterday.
Oh, okay. Good. Yeah. Tell myself what's up. I give him a lot of like my Ibbotson inquiries, so he gets like the students that come in.
Okay, cool. So we talk a lot. Marshall disappeared for like 2 or 3 weeks, and then he just hit me up yesterday. He got the second dose of the vaccine, and he got sick from it.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, but he's fine now. He's all's
Okay.
good.
I'm glad he's got the vaccine. That is.
Mm-hmm. I got my first one. I was fine. I'm getting my second one this Sunday.
Nice. Yeah, I had mine my second one a couple weeks ago. So tomorrow's actually my official like fully vaccinated thing. So.
Which one did you get? Do you remember?
Pfizer.
Okay, that's the one you were fine?
Yeah. I mean, a little flu-like symptoms, but I wasn't like bedridden. Sick.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm asking anyone like which ones you get and all that stuff. Because I'm getting my second Pfizer on Sunday, and I already told John like I might not be here Monday if I'm getting hit that hard. You know?
Yeah. No, it's a different thing. You know, different people seem to be responding to the vaccine in different ways. You know, my wife had a friend who was hospitalized, but not permanently, but she had to go in and just kind of get checked out. And I had another person who said they were bedridden for 3 days.
One of the teachers here, he was hurting. He got it Sunday night. He was hurt until about Thursday morning.
Wow.
Yeah, he didn't go to the hospital or anything, but he was like sick at home.
All right. Wow. Well, I must have came through better than most. It sounds like.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Whoever just came in late, make sure you type your name in the chat for Ben here to get you on the attendance. We're just, of course, chit-chatting about the vaccine, so nothing was missed so far.
Fully vaxxed from the Javits Center. That's where I'm going to.
Oh, cool. Javits.
It was really fast the second time.
The first one wasn't that bad. They just made me sit there for like 15 minutes just staring at a clock. I was like, all right.
Yeah, everybody has to do that.
It's the rollout plan. They got to, you got to roll it out and make it worth the hype.
That's true.
Right.
They're doing shots in the, I think, Natural History Museum now.
Under the whale?
Wow, that's cool.
Right under the whale.
That's really
I would
cool.
totally go there and then just sneak into the museum and have fun.
That's cool.
I love that museum. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I've been in there a lot.
My
wife has actually done research in there, so I've actually been about. So, I always got to one up you.
All right, Charles, take it away. Go do your class.
All right, thank you, sir. So, welcome everybody. How's everybody feeling? Let's check in. Let's shout out. What are you saying?
Doing good. What's up?
Feeling good. Gucci.
Good, Gucci. All right.
Yo.
Yeah. All right. Nice.
Yeah, we good.
Good. All right, Gucci. Good. Nice. That's what I like to hear, especially on a Wednesday evening. Be halfway through.
It feels superb.
Oh, superb! Wow.
Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, happy Cinco de Mayo.
Isn't it? Oh, yeah. Snap. It is Cinco de Mayo. Man, you know what? I got some.
Yeah, Cinco de Mayo, and I got some good news this morning. My sister gave birth to my niece at 5:12 a.m. this morning.
Whoa! Congratulations!
Congrats, man.
Congrats, yo.
Nice.
Congrats, more life.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Nice. That's
Is this your first niece?
Nah, bro, I got 2 nieces and 3 nephews. This just added to the pile, man. I want a 9 kids, man. Come on.
Right, 8 siblings, right?
Yeah, I only have one.
My daughter turned 10 on Sunday. Like,
okay.
Word.
Seasoned professional.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's what's up. Well, yeah, congrats. That's always like bringing life into the world is a beautiful thing. So it's good when it happens. It's good when that happens. All right, man. I'm glad everybody's doing well. Thank you for shouting out. Glad everybody came back. Let's just try to keep this momentum going with just kind of being here, being on time, being ready to work, being ready to do things, especially as we actually transition into actual stuff that you actually have to learn, which we're getting at today. So maybe the honeymoon is over, so to speak, for some of you, but maybe not. Maybe you are hungry and you're good. So one order of business from yesterday. So we did all the interviews. Is there anyone who actually did an interview but didn't get to present the person that they interviewed?
I didn't get a chance to present.
Okay, go ahead and do that.
Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up on my docs. Yeah. Oh, okay, it's right there. All right, so okay. The person I interviewed was Daniel Greenhill. His street name, rapper name is Chrome. The city that he comes from, he's from Midtown Manhattan, which is pretty dope. Yeah. Really busy down there. What's dope about him, his day job, he's a fabric sampler. So he does like designs for like clothes and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I found that pretty cool because down in that area they got like a lot of the fabric shops out there. I got a lot of people that's trying to do clothes. So that's a definite hookup. That's a win-win for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? What brought him to SAE was and what did he hope to learn from the program? He wanted to deepen his education on music engineering. He was studying on YouTube before, and I guess he didn't really, I mean, it's cool for a minute. I guess he wanted a much more professional feel.
Okay.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And he said he wanted a little bit more of a hands-on experience. So, that's pretty dope. I found that cool.
Nice.
5-year plan. He said he wasn't particularly sure. He didn't want to really jump in and say what he would wanted to do. He wanted to fill the school out, focus on that.
Okay.
But he does have a strong desire to produce and engineer music.
Nice.
So that's pretty dope. I found that pretty dope.
Yeah.
His top 3, Tyler the Creator. It's pretty dope.
Yeah.
Ian Connor. I think from what he explained to me, I think he is a designer at Louis Vuitton, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. Okay. I don't want to throw it out there like that. Yeah. And his other his last 3 was his father.
Really dope. Okay. Father. Yeah. Shout out to the family members. Always.
Right.
Nice.
Pretty cool dude.
Right. Yeah. Nice. Awesome. Thank you for that, Mark. Yeah, we know you guys are such a talented, diverse, connected bunch. I feel like you don't even need SAE. You just go start a corporation somewhere else. Jeez. We got this. We just got Nice. So is there anyone else who did not get to present if they did an interview? And then I think after that, I'm going to ask who didn't get to do an interview, which I think it was only Steve. Yeah, all right, sounds like everybody presented somebody, so thank you for that. So Stephen, you didn't get to do it at all, right?
No, correct? Sir.
Okay, we'll definitely have to pair you up with someone to do it. So the short explanation is, and I don't know if you've got this from other people, you can totally stop me if you have, is that you were supposed to interview somebody, they interview you, and then you present the person that you interviewed. So we'll find somebody that you can do it because you have to turn in the interview. So you're gonna have to interview somebody. Maybe it'll be me.
Like virtual, right? Like it'll be Zoom.
Yeah. I sent people in the rooms, and then they wrote out. There's a document on the assignment.
That's why I ended up jumping in when I did, because Amani, she had texted me, but I saw it a little too late because I was obviously at the release.
No, I'm glad you came back, and we'll get you hooked up. It's easy enough. Don't worry. I feel like you could
appreciate
just knock it out. It's an easy assignment, easy 10 points.
Nah, I'm with it.
Good. Thank you. All right. So is there anyone else other than Stephen, who didn't get to do an interview at all, didn't even get the interview part. So I think everybody was covered. All right, good. So like I said, Stephen, just we'll figure it out later. And if you are connecting with somebody and you just want to do it and just tell me that you're doing it, that works too. But otherwise, we'll make sure later on tonight that like doing practical that we get some heads up on that. All right, and last note on the interviews is if you didn't turn it in, and if you need me to go verify it, I can do that later. But if you didn't turn it in, maybe try to do it today if it's finished. If you need to like kind of finesse the words a little bit, that's okay. Please do your best. So yeah, take a few minutes if you need to kind of just make sure that, I didn't really say a lot about detailed assignments, and I was really going to kind of wait till we had a real writing assignment to kind of dig in a little bit. But just to kind of give you a heads up, not really even a heads up, but just a little bit of expectation here at SAE is that even though it may appear not to be so much of a writing school, reading school, we do have to do it as students who are trying to learn something new, but we also want quality when we're doing it, meaning you should pretend this is the most professional setting you're ever going to enter. And when you do things, you need to write incomplete sentences with proper punctuation and proper grammar to the best of your ability. Now, if you're not great at writing, don't panic, just ask for help. That's why we're here. We're here to help you. I'm here, and we have fellow students who are also good at it as well. So don't fall behind simply because you're shy about your writing skills. Full disclosure, I am a horrible writer in many senses. Like when I was in, I was going to say grade school, but actually maybe in pre-grade school, I was actually diagnosed. This is in the 70s, so this isn't like the trendy thing that happens now. I'm saying trendy in quotations. But I was diagnosed with ADD and dyslexia. So like when I was in school, I was actually in special classes for like slower people. Slower in quotations. You can see I'm a sharp guy, so don't get it twisted. With that said, I just want to encourage anybody who's feeling, maybe like they may not be able to do things up to par, that there's always resources for you. And that's basically how I was able to better myself and pull myself out of a little bit of let's just say I had to make up, some basics to kind of be normal like everyone else. And I ended up getting a master's degree. So, we're here to help you uplift yourself in every way possible. So please reach out for help if it's a problem for you. Okay. On that note, let's talk about today. We got a roadmap for today. Same diagnosis you too. All right, 2 P's in the pod here. We got all the ADHD, dyslexic Nas lovers together. Today we are going to actually do a somewhat proper lecture. So we're going to go through some very fundamental audio stuff. So we're going to talk about the definition of audio, and we're going to talk about the definition of sound and the definition of acoustics. And we're going to kind of drill down into some terminology there. With that said, I'm going to be using some notes that are available on Canvas. I'm going to go there in a minute and show you where to get those notes so you can get those notes for yourself and have them readily available, but also, of course, they'll be on my screen as I talk. So we'll do that in a second. And that's good. That should take up most of the first part of class, or all of, let's just say, the theory part of class. And then in the second part of class, which is always the lab portion, you have to research and engineer. So I'm going to take some time to kind of present that project when we get out of the break. In other words, you have to research and engineer and write a 200-word synopsis. I want to kind of hand-hold your way through that, just to kind of get expectations in line for people who are not so good at the reading, writing, and researching and stuff like that. So it's not to be, condescending or anything like that, but I just want to make sure that people who just, really want to be motivated to do it and have me kind of walk through it with them versus like, hey, go do it and I'll see you in a day. And then you just don't do it because you're putting it off. I don't want that to happen to anybody at this point. We all have an A. We all have relatively perfect attendance. Let's keep that going, if you know what I mean. So, so that's what I want to do the second half of break is present that assignment and then also quite possibly kind of do it along with you. I can't really do it because we're all going to somewhat do different engineers. The other thing I thought too is I'll feel it out, but if you guys feel like you're ready to get into your academic modules, we can have you guys work in those groups as well. Meaning like I can assign those, and if you want to just go off into a room and work, you can do that. And anybody else who wants to kind of work with the teacher can do that. And,
I got a question.
Yes. Listen.
You said we gonna have the engineer. Interview
Research.
an engineer.
You got the research and engineer. So you're gonna do
research and engineer and write 200
words. Yeah.
About what? About how he works?
Yeah, so it's very clear on the assignment. And if you want to take, we can take an initial look now. Why not? Because I have to get on the canvas in order to show you guys the notes. Let me.
What if somebody picks the same engineer?
Well then, whoever makes the best one wins the prize.
Oh,
joking.
I love a competition.
Joking. But yeah, a little bit of that, but it's not a big deal, honestly. So let me actually also remind you, did everyone or did anyone get the sign-in sheet? I'm actually not looking at it at the moment. I'm gonna go look and see if nobody signed in yet. Oh, some people did. I just didn't update. Sweet. So I had Marcus signed in, Joshua signed in.
I need you to send it to me again.
Okay.
I didn't.
Wait,
I need you to send it to me too.
Okay. Everybody else just check to see if you got the invites to the sheet. So it should be a new one today. It should be labeled 555. And please do that. If you've been here since the beginning, that's totally fine. Just write that in there. Or if you got in 2 minutes, 10 minutes late, you can write that in too. Like I said, I'll manage the details on the other side. So if you got the link, go in there and please sign in. Try to make that like the habit. Log into Zoom, sign in the sign-in sheet when you come into class. All right, so let's try to quickly get the people who didn't get it the link. So put your email that you want me to send it to in the chat right now if you did not get the link.
What do you want, the student email or personal email?
Whatever. So for the sign-in sheet, it's whatever email is most convenient for you. I always recommend doing stuff in the student email because it just should be a one-stop shop for everything school related versus like your personal email where you may have business and other stuff happening. So I recommend doing that, but whatever is most convenient for you. All right. Yeah, thank you. Hannah put the link in there, and if you're added, it actually you should be able to just click on the link if you're vetted by me. So yeah, Hannah just put the link in the chat. Thank you. But I have to kind of do the email thing because I want to get it so it's regular to you guys in email properly. So that's why I'm not just like pasting it in the chat. Sorry, let's see. I'm going to go to share. Let me. Okay, so I just sent. Actually, don't use my mouse click. Man, I got tabs, man. I got bars, I got tabs. What you need? Salama, Ali, I just sent the email, so just check. And time. right. I just sent it. Ty. Okay, so now we'll share.
Is that the one that we're looking for?
Yeah,
That video?
You're wait, so which video? Huh?
I don't have the sign-in sheet yet.
Okay, did you put your email in the chat that you did? Oh yeah,
Just
did.
now?
Yeah.
Yesterday I did.
I need it right now just because I'm adding you again right now.
All right.
I'm trying to wear my
Man, this is tedious. All right. So we got two ties. We got tie B and the two ties. It's like you.
All right, I'm in.
Okay.
I sent it.
Okay. All right. Grabbing I'm grabbing your email right now. Put it in there.
All right, I think I found the right class. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I was in a mod 3. Is this mod 1?
This is mod 1, yeah.
All right.
You went to mod 3? Oh man.
Yeah, Robert Wright sent me the wrong. Not throwing him under the bus like that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Set me up.
Yeah. Go ahead, throw him on the bus. Well, welcome, Elijah. So you just spent 2 days a completely other mod. That's just something else.
Yeah, I just got my iPad today. Apologize.
Okay. So hold tight for a second. We are currently, I have a method for doing sign-in sheets that I'm going to require you to actually tap into. So do me a favor in the chat, type the email that you want me to send the daily sign-in sheet to. So for every day of class, you're gonna digitally sign into this document that I can track all the changes on when you do it. So you're supposed to accurately put your time in because I can see when you made the change. Which is not about like catching you in a lie or anything. It's just to be able to quickly go back and reference like when people came in to class and when they left class. That's the purpose of it. So in the chat, go ahead.
I just dropped it.
Yeah, you did. So I'll just now actually. Yeah, this is so. Okay, so I just sent you a message. Check your email. It should be pretty straightforward when you see the sign-in sheet. It should be something where you just see that you're supposed to put your time in, and then when you leave, you put your time out, and you need your ID number and your name in there. Your name that I'm going to see on the attendance full sheet. That's the name. All right, let's see. Stephen didn't get it either. Man, wait, everybody didn't get this? No, I sent it to.
I got the sheet, but it opens. I'm opening it on Portal. Should I open it on Gmail?
Yes, open it on Gmail.
All right.
I think I've added like 30 people. It's like impossible. So a bunch of you probably have it like in an email that you're not checking, which is fine. All right. So, and Daniel will be the last person that I'm going to grab. Oh, but you didn't get it either, Amani?
I didn't get it either.
Because I basically
Send it
copied
to my
the
student
email
email.
everybody put in the sheet yesterday. So remember yesterday where I had you guys put it into the sheet? I actually just copied it yesterday. I don't know, maybe I have to do that again today. Maybe I'm not sign out end of the class. We'll do that.
Let me double check.
I'm seriously sent this for 35 people at this point. You know, once again, I send it to your SAE email if you have that email, because that's what I have in Canvas. So unless you typed in a different email last night, I basically.
It's in the same link. It's under the same link that we got yesterday.
No, it's a new sign-in sheet every day. Every day it's a different sheet.
Nah, it's a different sheet, but it's under the same. It's like it's under the same thread. You'll see a different sheet all the time.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I just signed it.
Okay. All right. So sorry.
I'm signing it now.
All right. Thank you. So who did not get the link? Well, money.
We're talking about the login link, right?
Yes, the sign-in sheet link. Just to sign in for class. I sent it
I
last
haven't got
night.
the link. I didn't get the link.
Okay, just send it to you, Imani. Just send it. Because I'm trying to like also paste in the emails I'm sending into another document, so I can
Got it now.
paste it. Right.
I'm not really sure where to find my ID.
Okay, ID number is not super crucial for the sheet, but a heads up is that you're going to need it a lot at the school. Like they're always going to be like, give me your ID number, like for whatever you're trying to do. Okay, is there anybody who did not get the link? Okay, sounds like everybody got the link, and hopefully everybody has permissions to sign in. Again, I had to screenshot all these emails and it's just this. All right, so hopefully tomorrow it'll be straightforward. So once again, just to explain what we're doing and how it's supposed to work into the process. Every single day, I send you a new link to a new Google Sheet that you've been invited to personally. You're supposed to use that to sign in and out of class so I can track your attendance by the minute. When you sign that sheet, please be, let's say, as honest as possible. So if you come in 20 minutes late, type in, whatever it is, 6:40 or whatever that is.
Hold on. So wait a minute. There's a sheet that I signed this when I first came in, and then I typed my name in the group chat. There's another sheet I have to sign other than those two?
No, there should not be two sheets, only one. So that's what I'm getting at. Every single day, there will be a new sheet every single day. This is the one. Yes, so this is the one from yesterday. And I usually, what happened, just to kind of illustrate my perspective on this, in other words, what I see, is typically the day I do the sheet, I'll assign you as an editor. You use it to sign in, and usually at night when I take attendance, I unassign you from it. So a lot of you should not be able to see this actual sheet right now because this is yesterday's, and I remove you from the share after I take attendance. That way you you can't attend, you don't get confused, and also you can't change it. So that's why every day you get a brand new one. So you see the colors are different from day to day. Right. And I usually put the date on the top. Like on the top right, you have the date. So yeah, so just make sure that you sign in. It looks like everybody is pretty much signed in at this point. Make sure also that you sign in like on your, like put the time by your name. I'm noticing people putting times by other people's names or signing their name twice for in and out. If you can, it would be really helpful if you just used one line for your name when you come in and then the same line to sign out when you leave. So please try to do that. It makes it a little less confusing for me. But hey, if you're in a rush and you just need to do what you got to do to get it marked down. Okay. Again, you get new one every single day. So just look for it when you come to class every single day. Should be a new link every day. While I'm on that topic, I'll say this again tomorrow. Monday, your instructor will be somewhere else in the world, so I have to have somebody be a substitute. I think you're going to have this guy Brandon as a substitute, and he seems like a really cool guy. So Monday I will not be your guide. You will have another one, and I want you to be nice and respectful to Brandon when he's here. Another administrative announcement is that I'm purple today.
Little Wayne appreciates you.
It's like I'm on acid every day, a different color.
Right. It's what's the BDP song? I'm a blunt being smoked and I can't wake up or whatever. You don't know that, you gotta Google that. He goes to this weird metaphor of being a blunt and being passed around. Anyway, tomorrow you guys are going to get a visit from our librarian, Tim, which you guys probably might have met him at a orientation, if I'm not mistaken. But if not, you're going to meet Tim, the librarian, tomorrow, and he's going to talk to you about the Learning Resource Center here at SAE and all the resources that we have available for you for learning materials, like books to check out and other resources that Tim has got together. Tim's a really great guy. He's going to be here at 7:30 tomorrow, and his presentation will be like 30 minutes. So try to be here for that, because he's going to give you info that I actually can't give you in detail. So it's going to be kind of a special occasion for that. Right on. All right. So I think we're done with the sign-in sheet for the moment. Moving over to today on Canvas. So highly recommend logging into your Canvas right now to follow along and look and kind of click around as I do, so you're oriented. So please, if you haven't already, log into your Canvas and click on your 101 module. And we're going to go into the course content or the modules. You can click on the modules. Remember, modules is kind of the meat and potatoes for everything that we do here as a class. So pretty much anything you're going to want to try to find, it's going to be in modules. So I went in, I clicked on modules. Remember, the modules are the weekly breakdown of everything. Please go into week 1, because that's the week we're still in. And today, we're going to go through a couple of these handouts at the top. So if you open up week 1, you should be able to see it on my screen right now. You'll see handouts as the top topic, or division. And you should see a couple of PDFs at the top that are going to be the notes to go through. So we're going to go through the one that says 01 Sound and Audio Introduction, and we're going to go through 02 Intro to Acoustics. These notes are kind of like PowerPoint slides that I'm just going to use as talking points for subject matter. So you can either download them to your computer or tablet now, or if you just want to listen to me and type in notes if you're that kind of student, do that. That's perfectly legit as well. But I recommend having it available for reference for later in any case, in the case that you can't get the Canvas. So I do recommend downloading it and keeping like a local folder of all of this stuff if you can. So once again, today we're going to go through 01 and we're going to go through 02, which is intro to sound and then intro to acoustics. There's a lot of overlap there for those. So you can grab those. And then later on today, we're going to go into this assignment here, Research and Engineer, which I'll click on it in a second to kind of give you the overview of the assignment, but of course we'll go through it in details later. But I want you guys to start this tonight. And like I said, I'll either put you into groups if you guys are comfortable enough to have let's just say permanent academic modules for the rest of this mod, or I can.
I'm still trying to find how you got there because I'm on Canvas.
You're on Canvas, okay. So yesterday we saw some people have problems with the module portion. So like, make sure you're on the AT 101 thing. I don't know. I can't see Canvas I can see Canvas as a student, but I can't see Canvas as you. So make sure you're in the AT 101 audio technology program, and then click on modules. Are you on an iPad or are you on?
Yeah, I'm on modules. I'm on an iPad.
Okay, and can you see anything in there?
Yeah, I'm on modules.
Okay, and but you can see the weeks.
I see week 1 handouts.
Okay, cool, awesome. Alrighty. Anybody else need help getting the Canvas? Everybody else who wants to be on Canvas can see it on their device. Anybody need help? Nope. Okay, word up. That's what's up. All right.
You said this is due tonight?
No, it is not due tonight. But what I said is I'm going to lecture about these top 2 things. And what I want you guys to start tonight, what I want us to start tonight, is the research and engineer. So I'm going to just quickly give you a touch and go on it because I'm going to go through it in my long-winded way later on tonight. So I clicked on the assignments. So just to kind of show the path, you click on modules, you go into the week. Down at the bottom is assignments. And the assignment that we're going to start today is research and engineer. And once again, the overview is that you're going to research and audio engineer. And I'm going to go again in detail over this and how I think you should approach it, just to kind of really handhold you through the whole process. But let me give you the quick and dirty. You just need to basically do some internet research and then write a 200 page, whoa. You guys aren't like doing your PhD in audio? Is that what's going on here? 200 pages is probably not much for a dissertation. 200 word discussion. So here's how we're going to do this when we get to it. Is what I'm going to recommend is, if you're not good at this kind of thing, is quite literally look at what we ask for, copy it, paste it, and put it in the document. So we say down below, include information on projects that they've worked on, techniques that they often employ, studios or labels they have been known to work for, and what years they were active. I would literally copy that sentence and put it into the document that you're going to use to give the answers, and then reference that. So
we're not losing credit for having already started this, right?
Losing credit for already starting? Oh my God, that would be awful, wouldn't it? Then you would be like, yo, Charles, what's up? That's ill. No. But you know,
I'm not even gonna lie, I started it myself while we was doing it.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm glad you're getting a jump, but realize this. It's in your best interest to do things correctly, not just quickly. So I don't grade on who turns it in first, second, third, or fourth.
Yeah, we right there.
I grade on accuracy and attention to details and being able to follow directions. So if you do something quickly, I would, like I've said before, you might want to have another person check your work. If you don't really feel comfortable with that, I am more than happy to look at your project if I have, at the time, if we're not like lecturing them like that, before you turn it in.
Okay, it's cool.
Yeah. But I definitely appreciate the energy to like, I'm getting this started. That's how everybody in this class really should be rolling, if I was being honest. And that's why I'm going to try to handhold you into getting it started tonight. Because if I just turn you loose and say, go work, some of you won't work. And I don't want you to fall behind. You're at the top of the pile right now. If you fall back a little bit, you're just going to fall all the way down. So I'm trying to avoid that for people who are of that mindset. All right. We'll come back to this later, though. It's an internet research project. We have to just type in 200 words about an engineer. Not rocket science here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the notes. Can I get a mute on the movie? Sounds like a good movie and all. Maybe you have to tell us about it later, but yeah, let's get a mute on that. So I'm going to go ahead and get into these notes now. So I, again, recommend that you either download or open it in view O1 and O2. I'm going to go through them in order. I'm going to switch my screen over to my other program. So I'm not going to click on it. I actually, you know what? I can click on it. Alrighty. Can everybody see that okay? No, I clicked on introduction to.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. So finally, some class material. Heck yeah, Charles, let's do this. This is the beginning of your journey. And it starts with this question. What the is sound? So let me ask, especially for those who haven't read ahead, what would you call sound? If you're just like, somebody says, you know,
that's like, gonna be a little bit scientific. I didn't read ahead neither if I'm right, but it's like sonic waves that travel through your ears that we can hear.
Good, that's a good one. Yeah.
I want to piggyback off that. I want to say that sound is vibration.
Oh, nice.
Frequency.
Add to
Can
that
I piggyback off of that?
Yep, go ahead, piggyback. Let's go.
Can I piggyback off of that? Sound is like cycles. It's like circles. It's like circles.
So
it creates waves, but the waves are actually circular or cyclical.
Okay. Cyclical, yes.
Yeah, so that's just from my own.
No, that's good. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking for your own
definition
right now. Yeah. No, we're gonna go through what you should know in terms of technical definitions, but I'm asking you just what you think of when you think about sound. So there's no wrong answer right now. I'm just curious. That's it. Anybody else want to chime in with what they think of when someone says what is sound? What would you say to it?
I would also add that it's like it hits your eardrum, or like a kind of acoustic body. I don't know. Explain it.
Yes. Yeah, I get you. You're basically
something
saying
that resonates.
Yes, resonance is can be part of sound. That's good. But I get what
something that vibrates. Sends
vibrates.
Energy to your ear.
Okay.
Energy.
Energy. That's a good word.
I would say it's a vibration of the air molecules.
Yes, vibrations, air molecules.
That travels, as what Elijah said it travels in a spherical pattern. And as Hannah said it hits your eardrums. I'm pretty sure it converts it into an electrical signal that your brain could translate into sound.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty detailed explanation. Cool. Thank you guys for chiming in. And again, there's no wrong answer. I'm just trying to get you to think about what you think about sound, and we're going to go through again more technical definitions. Sometimes when we present things, we do them not because they're necessarily absolutely right or wrong, but it's more about the idea that you can speak intelligently when you're in a situation with somebody, and accurately when you're in a situation with someone and you're trying to get to either fix a technical problem or to describe something in a very specific way that can't be, let's just say, misunderstood or something like that. So sometimes we give these definitions not to necessarily have you change your idea of what sound is, but in this case, but also to have you be able to talk to other engineers and other artists and other people who are working with you and be very accurate and specific. So that's the idea here. All right, so what is sound? It is physical. So yeah, those of you who said it's waves, cyclical waves that go through the air. Yes, that is actually true. It is physical, which means it has properties in the tangible world. That's pretty pretty good. Most of you touched on that, I think, in some way. So I think most of you had the idea that we have on the slide. It's that it's a physical thing. It's in the physical world. It exists usually coming from something and going to something. So it travels. So you need time to have sound be propagated and pushed through a medium. It's a natural phenomenon. Even though you can make it sound unnatural, you can get like all kinds of effects and do fun things. But yes, it's a natural phenomenon, meaning it happens out in the real world every day. Everybody who can hear usually can understand what's happening with sound. It's kind of something that we've all grown up with. All right, the area in physics that studies sound waves is called acoustics. Is anybody in here show of virtual hands or just shout out since I can't see any chats or anything? Anybody in here taking like physics of waves courses or anything like that? Or do you have any seasoned professionals in here? Like even just randomly in college? Nobody? Okay, it's all right. It's all good. I went to art school, but I took a physics course that was actually wave properties. I was very interested in sound before I even got to college. So worked out fine for me. All right, continuing on the physical thing. I think somebody had said this answer, it might have been Glenn. We think of frequency when we think of sound. Frequency is kind of how many of those cycles. So remember, I think Elijah mentioned cycles and a couple of people mentioned cycles. How many of those cycles are happening in a certain amount of time equals the frequency of the sound. And as humans, we kind of perceive that a certain way. So the number of cycles that happens in a certain amount of time, usually we say cycles per second, as you can see on the slide, gives the sound in our, let's just say in our lingo, it gives it a pitch, so, or a tone. So frequency is the term that we use, which once again is the number of cycles, oscillations that happens in a certain amount of time, which is again normally 1 second. Usually to see sound, if we need to visualize things, and as aspiring audio engineers, you guys are going to want to do this a lot. We want to see what a sound comprises. So we often put it up on something that we can see. So there's some tools that we can use to take sound that we often just either hear or feel and turn it into something that we can see and actually maybe manipulate or even just analyze visually and say, oh, this sound is a certain type of sound, like this is a certain type of wave, or this is a complex sound that has these aspects of the sound. So sometimes we want to visualize the sound. Is the point there. So the standard unit of measurement for sound is what?
Hertz.
Hertz.
Hertz. Oh, man. It hurts. Oh, it hurts. Nobody? Oh, man. There it is. There it is. Thank you. Thank you. That hurts. No laughing. That hurts. You're hurting. Oh, man. Tough crowd.
I gave you a laugh react. Are you happy?
Yes, yes. Okay, yeah, Hertz, which is a dude's name, which we'll find out here later. But yeah, Hertz is a very standard measurement for cycles per second when we're talking about essentially frequency in a very scientific or physical kind of way, meaning not musical kind of way. In music, we use other descriptions for the same idea. All right, so if something is, let's just say, louder or softer, we use the word amplitude to describe that. So an energy, I'm sorry, I was reading the slide and saying the word I want to say. A wave, whether it's compressed air or a wave that's being made by some kind of motion, is actually energy being pushed through a medium. So you can't have a wave that doesn't have energy in it, because you need to be able to move things, which requires energy. So the idea that you can move something a little or a lot is described by the word amplitude. So it's kind of like soft, loud, and the visual, analog that I want to make for you guys is, like I said, you can think in your head like how much air is being pushed and how much is it moving. That's energy. You need more energy to push more stuff. Another maybe not so common way to talk about amplitude is sound pressure level, SPL. You're going to see that a lot here in SAE, and a lot of people who probably have already been in engineering scenarios know this, or scientific scenarios. SPL is how we kind of talk about that energy that a wave has in the physical space. And then the unit of measurement that we kind of generically use for how loud something is a decibel. Before I get into, and I don't even know if it's even on this slide. Does anybody know what a decibel? Anybody want to tell me what the definition of a decibel is, or just tell me like what the unit is based on? Does anybody know?
Is it value?
dB.
Yes, dB is decibel.
Okay,
yes.
dB. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted. I didn't know if anybody knew. Again, without people who read ahead. If you read ahead, never mind. When you think of decibels, and in your head you imagine what it delineates. In other words, if I say something is 10 dB or 20 dB or negative 5 dB, what do you think that's measuring?
The intensity of sound.
Yeah,
something like that, right?
Yeah.
Like how loud or how low it is.
Yeah, so it's like soft and loud in terms of measurement. So yeah, something with a higher dB would obviously be louder, right? And something with lower dB would be softer. But here's kind of the thing that, if you didn't know this before, that's probably going to change your view of this. And this is a really important part of audio engineering that people who haven't been in this, they don't understand this concept. So you can think of this as like, wow, the first thing that I learned as an audio engineer that I didn't know before. So I think you'll see wouldn't have thought of it this way, is that a decibel is a relative value. So it's a value that is, and we'll get into the definition in other slides that actually might not even be in this PDF, but it's a relative value, which means that this is, say, compared against something else. So in other words, it's not just like if I say I have $2, 2 is not really a relative value. 2 is the number of, it's the abstract number that we as humans have said that's what 2 is. It's not relative to anything. It's not, if 2 is next to 3, it's still 2. If 2 is next to 10, it's still 2, right? But dBs are actually relative. So one concept that's going to come across over and over that you guys have to understand is that if you see 0 dB, that literally means that the levels don't change. Versus like it's turned up to 0. You're thinking in your head, it's turned up to 0. No, it means it's exactly how it exists. If you go up or down, then you have minus or plus dBs. So it's a relative thing. In other words, the sound of my voice is 0 dB. If I turn it up, it's 10 dB. Does that make sense?
Makes
sense. If I turn it up on the mixer.
Can you explain the meaning of relative?
Yeah, relative means like you have a point of reference, and if you go above or below that, like, so in other words, if I
like
call
a radius or like the center of a circle.
It's not even that complicated. It's not
diameter.
Even that. No, it's not even that complicated. Check this out. So, and again, we'll get into this later. I'm just slowly going over this one because it's a good introduction to what you guys are about to get into. So, don't be worried if you're like, it's a little fuzzy. It's not gonna like change anything. But here's the good thing to think. If you have a mixer in front of you and I'm playing a horn and you go to the mixer and you put it at 0 dB, that means as the sound goes through the mixer, you're keeping the level exactly as I'm playing it. You're not changing it whatsoever. Now, often somebody says, turn me up. Then you have to go to the mixer and say, okay, he's at 0 dB. That's the way he just is coming in the mixer. So I have to turn him up. So that dB is like relative level, meaning like turning up, you're going relative to what the bar that the person set for whatever level they are. Positive dB is just turning it up, literally just turning it up, versus just turning it down to hear less of it. That's what I mean by relative. So relative is we're all just like, if we all sing at the same loudness in a chorus, and we're all singing at the same loudness into microphones, and then the engineer says, oh, I want you, the third person, to be louder, relatively speaking, they just turn you up. They don't necessarily turn everybody else. They could turn everyone else down, but I'm just saying there's just a set level that you're trying to change when you're changing dB. That's why it's a relative thing. It's relative to normal, whatever normal is. Maybe I didn't do a great explanation, but let's move on and it'll become clear, I guarantee you. But I just wanted to take time to.
No, I got it.
Yeah, awesome. I want to take time to ease you guys into it because it's something I think students gloss over pretty quickly because they're just like, cool, I'm turning up a sound on the mixer. It's like, no, you actually could be turning down a sound on the mixer because if you're still below 0 dB, they're not turned up to what their normal volume is. Unity gain is that term. You'll hear it over and over, don't worry. All right, psychological. Sound is psychological. So I think Hannah was talking about sound touching the ear, and I think Glenn also mentioned this too, touching the eardrum and being turned into some kind of electrical, meaning in the biological sense of electrical signals that you. Yes.
Is that physiological?
Yes, physiological. Yes, it's psychological. Thank you. Thank you.
It's okay. I read it wrong first.
Yeah. I told you I was dyslexic, man. Did I mention that?
My brain did the thing, and then I was like,
wait, and you are too.
Yeah, my brain did the thing, and I was like, wait, I gotta help.
Thank you. Physiological. Yeah, I'm on some other stuff today. Physiological. So yeah, there's a let's just say a way that sound has to get from one medium to another and then to us. So when we get it, we do something with it, which is usually based on a perception of who we are, or in the case of maybe this conversation, what we are as humans, because there's limitations to how you can hear something, or let's just say, I'm sorry, to be more clear, what you can hear. In other words, you can't hear all sounds on all frequencies. Your ears have a range. They have limitations. Not only that, you as a human, you have limitations. You have, like, you can't hear, if 20 people were talking at once, you can't hear and understand them all. You have to say, hey, not everybody at once. I only can hear one person at once. That's a limitation in the perspective of, let's just say, an analogous to what you do with sound. You actually have limitations for what you can and what you can't do. If you're a medical professional, is there anybody in here? I think someone said they work in the medical field. He was a tech. Audiologists and ear, nose, and throat specialists work with this particular area of sound in terms of how humans are physically receiving the sound. I think I was thinking of the psychoacoustic slide, but now I'm thinking back when I was saying that. All right, so here is a bit of advice from not only a seasoned engineer as myself, but all engineers who have been in the business can tell you this stuff is really important. Because if you're interested in audio and music, your ears are pretty much the thing that you should be insuring. Because if you lose that ability in any way, it could inhibit your ability to make money, be as creative, be productive, et cetera, et cetera. So this is a very sincere, we'll call it a warning, a light warning about audio and the damage that it can do. So when a lot of us listen to audio, and maybe with most of us in modern times, we got earbuds that go into our ears, and often if we want to block out the sound, we just crank the sound up really loud. I've been on the subway and I've heard music coming out of somebody's earbuds that's like 10 feet away, which is just bananas to me. Like, if I know the song and I don't have the earbuds on, that's probably not safe. Now, for the younger people in the room, your hearing is probably close to perfect at this point, and I highly recommend always taking precautions when you go into a scenario where there's going to be extra loud volume sound, because it will definitely affect you over time. All right, with that said, there's a little chart here, or we'll just go through the little recommendations here on the left, and then we'll go through the chart on the right here. So it says, take breaks often, which means give your ears a rest. If you're at a concert and you don't have ear protection, walk away. If you're sitting in your studio with the music cranked up, give yourself like a 5-minute break. Your ears will love you. You'll be able to also mentally come back and be like, oh, cool. I'm a little more focused on it now. Constant barrage of loud stuff, even if you love it, is not good for your ears. A little bit of that is your ear being retrained for what can be heard, meaning it's not consistent over time. It actually can be lessened. Consider hearing protection. I'll be the first to admit, in my younger years as a producer and as a DJ, I was like, whatever. I'd be at clubs, up in the speakers, I'd be studios, stuff all cranked up. And I was just like, yeah, whatever. But I can tell you from experience, I cannot hear nearly as good as I could when I was in my 20s. Not even near. It's ridiculous.
You got to talk about that studio air, man. People think that's a joke.
Yep, it is not a joke.
I used to DJ too, so I know I have days sometimes where it's like out of nowhere, my ear just start ringing.
Yep.
Like,
yeah, it's crazy. Wait, tinnitus.
That's what that is?
Yeah, man.
It can be, yeah, tinnitus and all that stuff.
Yeah, I was about to ask the same thing, man, because like from time to time, like my ears be ringing. I'm thinking it's like a lucky thing. I'm supposed to get money. That's what the people say, but nothing happens.
yeah, like somebody's talking about you or something, right?
That's what they say.
Yeah. But no, like this is why you got to just like really take care.
What type of hearing protection do you recommend?
So I recommend that if you have the money, to get custom fitted earplugs, like ones that they have the putty, that they make a mold and put them into your ear. There's a couple companies that actually make ear monitors, like these kinds of ear monitors that are custom to your ear. They'll make a mold, and then they put the speakers in the mold, and they fit perfectly in your ear, so sound has a hard time kind of getting in, which is often the problem when we're listening to music loud, is like we're trying to block out stuff coming in, so we actually just try to compensate by turning stuff up. So that's the best thing you can do, is you can get things that perfectly fit your ear. That's best. Beyond that, I would say do what's comfortable to you. So I use like the soft, cheap ones that you can get at like a CVS, you go to like a drugstore. You can get that kind of disposable earplugs. I often just use them over and over until they get a little funky and I throw them away. But you can get those and just have them in your pocket. Like usually, like what I used to do up to like 5 or so years ago, if I was going to gigs, is I would have a bunch in my pocket, or I'm sorry, in my gig bag, and I could give them to friends or whatever when I was there. They're easy. They're super cheap and they're easy to carry. And just say, hey, dude, do that, put these on, like, save your hearing. So I recommend whatever's comfortable after that, because some people are not comfortable with things that go further in the ear. Of course, you don't want to go in too far. Some people want the kind of over, like the ones like the
over ear.
Yeah, over ear ones like the.
Yeah, that's me.
I don't like stuff in my ear. Yeah, so the transit workers, you see like the conductors and the engineers. Construction workers, exactly. They wear those too. I mean, those are fine, and they work. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Would you say that the over the ear are more protective than the earbuds? Because I really don't like earbuds.
I don't know if there's necessarily an across the board like better for your ear. Basically, you want to protect your ear.
I was going to say.
What's that?
Yeah, my bad. No, I was just gonna say like the over ear ones are good because like you could still hear, like you could hold a conversation with somebody and you can hear everything, but it'd be like those real loud sounds that would damage your ear. It it minimizes that.
You can do that with either kind of covering. That's why I said it's probably best to just do what's comfortable to you. Because I have some inner ears that if you put them in the right way, I can still hear conversations fine. It's not like that, that they totally block everything out. It's just that they dampen what comes into the ear. And the ones that I use are kind of porous, so they could maybe kind of let a little audio in that way as well. But really, you should do it whatever's comfortable, because really the takeaway here is that you need to make a habit of having hearing protection available, but also like, if you forget something at home, that you have a backup. Worst case scenario, go in your bathroom, get some toilet paper, just make a big ball, put in your ear, and people just laugh at you. But you'll be like, I can hear you. Like, I can hear you laughing at me. But yeah, again, this is like serious stuff. I can attest from experience that my hearing has been way lessened. Mostly because I'd say the DJing stuff was the worst, because I would be in the booth with other DJs who would have the monitors cranked up to I was literally kind of hurting, like physically hurting my ears if I'd stood in a certain spot, which is just, that's just stupid. Just stupid. Anyway.
Nah, I definitely know what you're talking about, man. And it's like you got the double danger with it, because it's like you have a monitor in one side of your ear, and then the headphone is on the other side.
Yeah.
So there was times like there was literally consistently weekends I DJ. It wasn't one weekend I didn't finish breaking down set and going home, and it's like as soon as I step in the house, my ear is just ringing for like 30.
Yeah, it's too loud. You should never walk away from an event and have that. And then the last bullet point, and then we'll talk about the little chart here on the right, is of course always not, this should be for everything in life. So as a student here at SAE, but also just if you're working on projects, you shouldn't work on projects where you're feeling fuzzy or you're not feeling 100%. I mean, of course, if you feel a little bad, it's okay, but things will sound better when you have a clear mind and you're physically very comfortable. With that said, having a good diet, having regular exercise, sleeping properly, are all key to being mentally and physically ready to do this. It's as easy as it sounds to just be like, oh, whatever, I'm a little tired. It can make a difference in terms of your attitude towards what you're doing. Therefore, the thing could change the mix of session and whatever it is that you're doing. So here's a little chart on the right here. I don't know if you guys can see this. I'll try to zoom in on it. I have a hard time seeing it myself. My glasses are kind of weak. Need an upgrade. So yeah, here's a chart for kind of noise level versus exposure, and what you should kind of think before you're going to be damaged. It's maybe not super absolute, but it's a great ballpark range. So remember, dBs are relative. So this is a little fuzzy. That's why I say it's not exactly like super accurate, but we'll just say in your head it's like dB SPL, meaning sound pressure level. It's a little more accurate there. dB SPL, sorry, it'll be on another slide, but dB SPL is kind of the reference for your threshold for hearing. So you have something that at the very lower threshold you'll barely it'll barely register. Below that, you won't hear it. So DP SPL is usually delineating like where your threshold of hearing gets kind of triggered. Okay, 80 dB, starting down at a whopping 80 dB. You can talk on a phone for a long time, and it's pretty much no big deal. Which, you know, we all have probably done that. Has anybody been on the phone for 25 hours straight?
That's madness.
I hope so. I hope not.
Back in the day, man.
Yeah. I mean, I've had a couple of phone conversations, but yeah.
20. Can you even do that?
Yeah, I know your phone dies,
yeah,
right?
24 hours is OD.
Yeah.
You talking about back in the days when you had a house phone, you was standing up near the
exactly. Exactly, with like this,
crazy.
you know, you get your nuts stuck. It's like, yeah. Anyway, city traffic. This is also maybe just a little. City traffic's probably a little less than like subway too. So you guys, most of us are in New York City around trains in the tri-state area. So this is the exposure limit for city traffic / subway kind of, let's say, transit noise is 86 dB at 6 hours, which, you know, this is why you see the transit workers. If you see one not working, wearing this stuff, you'd be like, yo, man, hope you're working like a 3-hour shift, because it's not good for your ears. But, you know, I even used to think to myself riding in the subway, like, especially when you hear like the wheels like squeal like so loud, like
the brakes.
Yeah, but even if it's going like crossing over switches, it makes that sound too. It's not even like that. I was always thinking like, man, I should bring earplugs for that, you know, if I wasn't wearing like my headphones, because it's loud as a passenger, just like sitting in the car, or some of those old things. So it might not even be a bad idea to have your earbuds in, even if you ain't listening to anything in the subway.
I was gonna say, I'm not gonna lie, like whenever I take the subway, I'm that guy you was talking about. Like they probably hear what's coming out of my headphones, but you know, now I know I'm gonna tone that down a bit.
Yeah, my recommendation, if anybody's in that scenario where they'd love to crank it up, is I would just try to get headphones that maybe do a little more blocking out naturally. So that's why I kind of showed you mine. So these are in-ear monitors from Shure, and you know, they look like normal earbuds, but in-ear monitors, technically the difference is that it blocks out sound that would get into your ear and otherwise clutter what you're hearing. So that might be something where you have to, you know, not give Apple $900 for these weird looking things that hang out your ear, and get something that's a little more functional and, you know, helping you.
So with those, they only block out like really high damaging levels of sound. They don't block out like conversation level talk.
It's a little in between. It's a little in between. Like I can, like, part of it too is you'll get used to it. So for me, I can kind of still hear a little bit with these earbuds in. Like if my wife comes in and starts talking to me,
I have a question.
I don't take them out. Yeah.
I forgot who just mentioned that, but they just mentioned damaging levels of sound. Are there sounds that you can't hear that can be damaging?
So not damaging to your ears, no. Maybe yes, but maybe no. So I'll say yes, because sound, because of what it is by nature, the compressed air, which is energy being pushed at you, enough of that in any capacity is not going to be good for you. In other words, they have weapons that literally just sound that could damage you, which, you know, I don't think you're going to be doing that on purpose. So no is the answer in that respect. In other words, if you have frequencies that are in speakers that are so low that you can't really hear it, it shouldn't.
I was gonna say, like, I don't want to get deviate too far from what we talking about, but it has something to do with what he said. I remember hearing that like back in like World War II days, like Adolf Hitler had to experiment with you mentioned hertz, like he would play a certain frequency of hertz to you know, like Holocaust victims or whatever, that would like
subliminal messages within the hertz.
Yeah,
because the
like
hertz
that,
is so low that you can't consciously pick it up, but subconsciously you can pick it up. Is that possible?
Yeah,
like you can
exactly.
literally put a whole song like.
It depends. So, so the thing you have to kind of orient yourself on here is you're talking about compressed air. You're not talking about like microwaves or waves that pass through you, like radio waves or TV waves. You're not talking about, when we're talking sound, we're talking about literally compressed air that's pushing up against you. So it shouldn't be going through you because it's air. Air doesn't like go through you in the way that you're saying. Now, here's kind of a maybe a way that you could think of this, that it could be possible, is that because something is vibrating, and we have the ability to perceive vibrations in many ways with our eyes, with our ears, and with our skin, you could have vibrations that come at you and maybe make you feel a certain way. You can make bass kind of make people feel uneasy. You could make a bass line that makes people feel uneasy. Or sometimes it's where the sound's coming from. If the sound is moving, that could disorient people. Like if a low bass sound is moving around a dance floor, in other words, one of the rules of making records for clubs is that you don't pan the bass, because it actually is bad for a dance floor, but it's also something where the way that a record's cut, it actually inhibits you to be able to turn up the record louder if the bass is panned in any way. More on that some other time. But just to finish that thought, so what I'll say is a topic that we will probably touch on somewhat lightly, but that we can get definitely more into in another time, is that resonance is the physical property where something excites something else. So really with the concept that air goes into your ear, you feel it, and your body does something to that movement of the eardrum and turns it into something that you perceive. You can think of that as resonance too, meaning that air moves the eardrum, which moves some other things, that gets turned into something. So resonance, again, is something that excites something else. So you can have resonance that could be dangerous, so to speak. So in other words, you guys might think of like, oh, here's a good example that everybody will get. So everybody knows and has heard, and especially all you Queens folks, you got hoopies in your hood where they're driving around with the trunk rattling. It's like for real rattling.
That's a compliment in the South.
See? But
savagery.
But so you guys may have listened close enough to realize that some notes rattle the trunk more than other notes. So maybe like a higher note rattles the trunk, and then a lower note doesn't rattle the trunk as much. So that idea that there's a note that's very tuned in to the trunk, and if you hit that note at the right power, like as in energy power, and the right frequency, as in the cycles per second, you're gonna really rattle the trunk a lot. I call that the sweet spot in resonance, meaning like that's the thing that you can use to shake something apart. The last example I'll use, and then we should probably keep the train moving, is that you guys also might have seen or heard about, there used to be this old Memorex commercial, but you might have seen it in another capacity, where you see a singer like Hannah, an opera singer, that can sing a note and break a glass, like a wine glass. You guys probably seen or heard of this kind of thing. That's the perfect example of where resonance can destroy the integrity of something. So to the point that you guys are kind of laying out there, you can have frequencies that resonate in a way that, quote, destroy the integrity of something. So you can, vibrate a building down by finding the resonant frequency of the building and putting the specific energy and frequency at that building. The integrity of the building falls apart. That's just kind of a, yeah, go ahead.
Trigger warning, but
oh no. Don't get us derailed, please. Don't get us derailed.
No, because it has to do with buildings and how you would talk. Because I'm trying to understand, like with explosions.
Yeah.
Does the explosion have
That's
more?
That's part of how explosions work. Explosives work, actually.
With the sound, right?
Yeah, using compressed air. I wouldn't think of it as sound. It's just basically energy waves.
Okay. Thank you.
So like that's how grenades are designed.
Yeah,
grenades are designed.
I just caught the connection when you said that. I immediately thought of terrorism's part of me, and I'm just like, wait, they're using sound or waves?
Yeah. This part, it's built in. It's engineered into like.
So do people have a resonant frequency?
You probably. So this is you might want to
Miz is trying to kill people from inside out.
Like I said, there are sonic weapons that do that. The quick answer is I'm not really sure, but the second answer is I kind of almost don't want to know. The third answer is Google's your friend in these cases, but let's not worry too much about it at the moment because we got, in a weird way, we have other things to worry about. We're worried about the quality of your hearing being not damaged versus somebody shaking you apart with a sound weapon. So yeah, 92 cranking it up to 92 dB, which is heavy traffic. Everybody's lived next to highways. This is why on highways in residential neighborhoods, you see those little walls that they put up with the weird art, because they're basically people who live in those neighborhoods are like, yo, I don't want that sound coming in, to where I live. So you usually build walls next to houses. So if you're ever driving down the highway, you can kind of see where they build sound barriers in the highway. Sometimes they're even like clear, so you can still see the houses, but the sound gets blocked out. So yeah, just a couple of hours of highway noise will definitely do some damage to you. It's pretty loud. Everybody knows a jackhammer is pretty loud. I'm kind of surprised that 45 minutes it would take that long to do it to you, but apparently you can survive without too much damage for 45 minutes on that. Cranking it up to power tools. Anybody who has power tools, I don't know, most of y'all probably don't live in workshops. I think a couple of you are handy. If you have power tools, I always tell people wear protective equipment, earpieces, eyepieces. This is the proof here. If you're using a drill and just using it for 10 minutes.
I used to do construction. Yeah, that's not good for the ears. You got to wear it's like a protective, like headphones, like here that you have to put on the ear, because especially if you jackhammering all day or use a hammer drill like that, that can really damage your ears.
Yeah. That's super real. And again, it's one of those things where you may not even feel like you need to do it because you're like, oh, I'm just gonna take 10 minutes to do this. That's enough to do some damage. It's some real damage. So just please, even if that's why I said before, if you don't have protection, if you don't have stuff in your house, go ahead and just get your headphones for your whatever and just put them in and don't play music on.
This is the ear protection for a construction site, but it doesn't really work, so I don't wear them. I have a bag full of them. I have one ear out and a headphone in the other ear, which is bad. You said before, because I got saws and jackhammers all day.
You got to get the over the ear Jones.
Yeah.
Those are horrible. If my foreman walks up, and this is what people don't understand. If my foreman walks up and see me after he done called me 10 times and I got those big ass headphones on my ears, he's firing me. So
but you got to tell him.
See, but you know what I get that. Yeah, see, that's why I got out that field, because they want you to throw your whole body away, man.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right. Honestly, it sounds like there should be some standards.
Yeah, I get where she's coming from. Yeah, I've been there. So yeah,
but she should also, I don't know if you can complain to somebody, if there's a silent complaint that you can make, but you should not be endangering your hearing for anything occupational.
You're fired. It's a joke if you complain, but you got these little ones right here. You squeeze them and stick them in your ear. That's it.
Yeah. That should do something. It may not be the best, but that should do something. But honestly, like I said, that sounds like a workplace hazard. If I was really, if I was in it, I would actually maybe go to the state if you have to and just be like, yo, this company is not protecting me. Again, anonymously. Anyway, here, don't need to give you advice. I think you got under control. Lawnmower. I don't think anybody's mowing lawns in Manhattan, but the rest of you living in Queens, you probably got lawns you got to mow. Yeah, lawnmower doesn't take much time. It's loud as hell, and especially the gas ones. If you have an electric one, it should be a lot quieter. Yeah. Up here in Ithaca, I have a just a push one that has no mechanical. Yeah, man. Rewind. Give me that.
Yo, you like giving me no hope tonight, Professor. Like you basically tell me I don't do
everything you do. Yep, everything you do.
Like,
but well, the good news is you still have it right now. Right?
All right, I'll take it.
There you go. And then here's the one I really wanted to get to. Concerts. I'm telling you, I told you, I festivals, I'm just going up in the speakers, still trying to talk to somebody. Da, 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 da. Oh man, this DJ is great, this band's great, or whatever. Man, I wasted so much of my hearing ability at a stupid festival for no reason. Look at that. Less than 1 minute. They make it too loud. I mean, for you to be standing up on the speaker. So please, here's what I really highly recommend. Like I said, I recommend just getting disposable ones that you can have always on your person and just quickly put them in when you need them and no friends. And also, this is going to sound a little bit nerdy, but I'd also recommend putting an SPL on your phone, like a level meter on your phone. So if you're, worst case scenario, you can be like, okay, what's the dB level right now? And at least know, hey, I can only be here like a couple minutes or whatever. Protect yourself. It's worth it. At this point in time, you don't get it back. It's kind of like, young people ask for advice. One thing I say is take care of your teeth. You don't get another set. Hearing's kind of the same way. You don't get another set. It's just, it's busted, it's busted. All right. Let's get this party moving on. Let's look for that. Zoom out here. Were there any questions? Sorry, I should be asking if you guys have questions. You guys seem to be chiming in with questions, so that's good.
I had a question.
Yeah.
So when people be like, quote unquote, tone deaf, is that a result of that as well?
So directly, tone deafness and say ear damage are not always correlated. So tone deaf kind of refers to the idea that pitches or different notes on a keyboard or a guitar or whatever can't be really easily discerned by certain individuals, meaning they can't, if you play up a scale, that the individual notes kind of get blurred together, or maybe they can't even tell the difference. So I'm a little tone deaf, if I was kind of laying it out there. I guess I am. Meaning I can't really discern tones. Here's the easy way to explain it. I'm not going to be able to tune things that are different timbres. So I can't tune a bass guitar to a voice, or can't tune a guitar to like a piano or something like that. So it's, to me, like I can hear harmonies. In other words, I can hear when two tones are very well lined up, especially with beats and all that stuff that we'll get into later. I can hear when things are very, very closely together, and therefore I can kind of estimate I'm in the ballpark. So I work my way around it. But some people are, the opposite of this. They're what we call pitch perfect, which just means you sing a pitch and they can tell you the exact frequency that's being sung or played on an instrument or whatever. I don't know.
So that's when they're like, they have a good ear.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say good or bad, because it's a little bit. It's kind of like some people are good with languages and some aren't, and some people are good at working out or languages, or boxing versus other people. So I wouldn't necessarily put it in a good or bad category in a objective way. I would put it in a subjective way, meaning like, yeah, if you're a musician and you wanted to be good with your pitch, detection, that's a skill you have to have. As an audio engineer, you actually need to have these skills. We actually go through music theory in this course for that reason. So some people might be a little better at mixing because they're better with the musical, the tonalities that they're dealing with. So it's helpful to have, but at the same time, the other part of it is true, meaning like if you can use equipment to figure out what you need to figure out, then don't worry that you're tone deaf. Meaning like in the modern world with all the tools at your disposal, if you can't really tell what an A flat is by playing it on a keyboard, there's a way to detect it otherwise. So I would not lose hope. And sometimes on a personal note, I use my weakness as a strength, meaning my music sounds different because of my tone deafness. All right. Good question there. That's actually a really good question. So, and actually on a related note, perception. So sound is something that we perceive. Psychoacoustics is the area of study for this. And as I said earlier, a lot of psychoacoustics is about your abilities and limitations as a human in terms of how you can perceive sound. Now, some of that is just like limitations in terms of capacity, not just frequency, but capacity. So if you're listening to a full band play with drums, horns, guitars, and singers, as a human, you have to either step back and listen to the whole thing as a piece and say, okay, I'm listening to this harmonious thing of, bundle of noise, but you're not focused on just the guitar, or you're not focused on just the drums. You can, of course, mentally say, hey, I'm gonna now focus on the drums, even though everything else is playing. But if you're trying to individually focus on 2 or 3 things, it's a lot tougher. And psychoacoustics kind of, helps us understand what the limitations are and how we can use that as audio engineers to, let's just say, make things prioritized for what listeners would want to hear, or maybe what they don't want to hear. In other words, it's a way for us to help customize and cater and clean up our sound in some cases to make it cleaner, but also throw away things that are not necessarily going to be perceived by humans. The example that we always use as teachers is that, so everyone knows what an MP3 is, right? An MP3 is a file format, but it's also a compression scheme. The compression scheme throws away information that's been recorded. So you record some sound that's high quality, it looks at it and says, okay, to make this smaller, I'm going to throw away all of this stuff. So the way that it figures out what to throw away is it uses was programmed by people who were using psychoacoustics as a means to figure out what humans won't perceive as much when they are listening to something. Therefore, if they don't perceive it so clearly, or if it's not so prominent, you can throw it away and they won't be like, oh my God, that's not my song anymore. They won't notice what's missing because it's not an important part of the song. It's a lower priority mentally speaking. So therefore it's prone to be thrown away. So that's not one of the ways that compression schemes do what they do, is they're programmed to try to figure out what you would perceive as a listener and what would be a priority, and say, okay, you don't need this, you don't need that, I can get rid of this or that. Or there's other things in there too, like masking, where things happen at the exact same time. So you won't need them both. You only really need one, because one might overtake the other. Interesting stuff though. Psychoacoustics. So yeah, mental well-being is obviously good in these cases where you want to have a clear mind and be able to hear and experience and focus on things. All right, here's the philosophical sound you guys were waiting for today, or question that you were waiting for today. If a tree in a forest falls and no one is around to hear it, does it actually make a sound?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Yes, it does. Of course, it physically makes a sound. You guys have heard this, philosophical question. And
physically, yeah, it makes a sound, but nobody's there to hear it.
Exactly. So
nobody's there to pick up the waves.
Exactly. So physiologically and perceptually, yeah, the energy waves just get dispersed and dissipate, and then that's it. So there's no human there to receive the sound. So therefore, for us, we don't hear it. So no, we didn't hear the sound. There was no sound, but the energy was still made, and maybe in some places even felt. You know, something might have been, may not hear it, but you might feel the ground shake or something like that. So yeah, now you finally got the answer to that question. Tune in next week when we answer which came first, the chicken or the egg.
I have a question about sound compression.
Yeah.
You know how like birds chirp?
Same, yes.
Is that a form of sound compression?
Not necessarily, not in the way that I think you're asking. So compression is the idea that something has a certain weight to it and it needs to weigh less to be more portable. So let's just say we'll use actual weight as a guide here. So let's just say I weigh 100 pounds and I can't get on the airplane because it's too much weight. So I have to lose 50 pounds. So I have to be compressed into a 50-pound package to be able to get onto the plane. So that's what we do with audio compression, is we try to make something smaller so it's more portable on the internet, so you can download more faster and there's less traffic, blah, 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 etc. So that's usually what yeah. So usually we put it, we're making it, quote, smaller in package. But you're thinking, I think, of like something that might be faster or slower, which, you know, that could maybe be perceived as compression, but for birds, it's relative to what they do, so it's not really compressed, even to them. Even though to us it might seem. Yeah, like, you know, we perceive it as like something that's happening really quickly, and that could be maybe in your mind as like, oh, compressing time, but it's actually real time for birds. So, but an interesting psychological difference between us and many other animals is that we actually perceive time in different ways. So, you know, there's experiments that have shown that movement and detection amongst humans and animals is different. So in other words, any kind of movement that happens really quickly might be more, let's just say, less perceptive to someone who doesn't have the sensitivity in their eyes or ears to perceive it. And you know, basically the same with our ears too. So there's frequencies that birds can hear that we can't hear, vice versa. I actually don't know what the bird range is, but I'm going to assume that since they don't have the same physical workings that we do, that they're going to not hear some of the stuff that we hear, and also hear stuff that we don't. All right. So of course, sound is perceptual. Everybody's here for, seems like, music in many ways. We're all here because about the emotional, communicative power of music and speech. We're all here for it. So of course, this is a key component, the sound. In other words, sound isn't just this scientific description of something. It's kind of a vehicle for some things that we use to either communicate or, you know, perform for others, or even experience ourselves. It's kind of the meat and potatoes for why everyone is at this school, so to speak. And, you know, there's a lot to get into there. There's a lot to unpack there. I'm not gonna get into it now, but
I have another question. You said sound is perceptual. Sound is perceptual, right?
Yeah. Well, it's physical. It's physical and perceptual.
Yeah, exactly. So your sensitivity has a lot to do with what you can pick up on, because perception is basically your senses.
Yeah, it's like your ability. It's like you can think of it as like your range that you can hear or see or experience anything. So if you went too high or too low, we may not be able to hear or feel whatever it is you're doing. But there's even a deeper level too, which is what this slide is kind of getting at, meaning often the way that humans use sound, it's embedded in culture. So there's the biological level of things. And the biological means it's something that's built into your OS. In other words, you don't have to learn it, you just do it. So one example of that is like a baby crying. Pretty much every human, because you're a human, responds to a baby crying, because that sound has been burnt into your operating system of like another human, another little human, in our case, communicating. So in other words, you're sensitive to that. And you're sensitive to that in a way that, if somebody just like hits a hammer on a glass, you don't think of that sound in the same way. You don't get emotional about it. You don't respond to it in a certain way. Some of the stuff is that deep. It's like almost automatic response, like a reflective, like a reflex actually. So it can go that deep. And it's also the same for things that have been also programmed into you. So there's things that are biologically in the OS. You didn't have to learn it, but there's things that you've been programmed to understand and feel. So one obvious one for us here right now is the musical scales, the 12-tone scale, which is in Western music. So all the music that everyone's ever talked about in this class thus far is about a 12-tone scale. So you have been programmed by all of the consumption of music, not just through your favorite artist, but all through like going to church, going to a funeral, going to a wedding. The tones that are played at these weddings program you culturally to respond in a certain way. And some of it is part of the biological connection, but some of it's cultural. So again, you learned it. Therefore, whenever you hear it in another context, it speaks to you in that way. So this is why I tell producers, I was like, if you really want to get to somebody's emotions, you should figure out what kind of music gets people emotional in a certain way. So listen to music that's played at church. Even if you're not a churchgoer, there's something to be said about that tonality there, because it'll speak to people even if they're not religious. It's designed to, culturally. Same thing for a funeral. You hear minor chords and sadder tones at a funeral. So your emotions kind of get pulled on in those cases. Like, we're playing on the idea that you're sad.
That makes me think about Roddy Ricch's War Baby song. And a lot of these rappers now, they're using basically like organs and kind of gospel. They're trap rappers, like trap melody rappers.
Yeah. Because they're taking that thing that we already know culturally and putting it in their context so they can grab us emotionally, which is good as an artist, right?
Big part of trap music is hooking your ear to it, like the 808s and using old sounds that are already in our subconscious to get to connect on a deep level.
And this is why you guys came to the school, because people who are just like watching YouTube videos, they may get a little bit of this here and there, but often people don't want to dive too deep into this kind of thing. So this is why it takes time to become the best at your craft. You have to really understand it on this level. And we're mentioning this stuff, but we're not actually going to do it. Imagine if we actually had to go, if I was giving you examples, like let's go to a church and listen to a pipe organ and somebody play like a sad song or whatever. There's a lot of that you need to do as a producer, to be like, oh, okay, I get it. And that's not even just like looking at a video of it, but actually going to the contextual place for it. That's where you see its true value versus like somebody showing you a YouTube video of like how to play, a scary song on a pipe organ. All right, so we're walking out of the sound and we're walking into the audio. How are we doing on time? Cool. We got a little bit of time, so I think we're in a good place from 11 to 16. Yeah, we should be able to end up just right. All right, so what is audio? We went through what sound is. We said it's physical. We said it's physical, and we said it's perceptual. What is audio? Audio is electrical, essentially. It's kind of the thing that we think of as, I should have actually, I meant to ask you guys this question I asked you in the very beginning. What do you think of sound? What do you think of? I wanted you to also ask you the same about audio, but now that we're already into it, yeah, audio is what you think of when you think of like sound systems and mixers and gear and all the stuff that's used to support, amplify, record, and manipulate what we call sounds. Typically, that's what we, as just kind of lay people think of. And audio technology is a subfield of electrical engineering. When I was in college, way back in the 80s, so I was aspiring to be an audio engineer at the school. They actually had a college degree for audio engineering. They were actually closing the program on me. But they're like, if you hurry up, we'll let you get the degree. The degree was actually 1/2 electrical engineering. So I had to go through like calculus courses and electrical engineering courses, and 1/2 music. So I actually had to audition to go to the School of Music as well. And I failed at both of those. So I took an alternate route to get it. But yeah, it's real. Like for real, like audio engineers, you should know a lot about like actual electrical engineering stuff. Because you may need to not just understand what's happening with gear, but you may need to like fix something on the fly. So, or be able to understand what's going on at any given time. All right, so what is audio? The same physics that applies to sound, which is what we talked about, amplitude. We talked about the oscillation, the waves, the cyclical hertz and frequencies. We talked about all that stuff. Applies to audio when it's, let's just say, inside of a device. Typically, it's converted into something else. Well, not typically. It's always converted into something else when it gets into a computer. It's not compressed air anymore, of course not. It gets turned into voltage level, electricity levels. So this is kind of an analogous way to describe what's happening in the computer for what happens outside the computer. So often we use voltage meters to look at how much energy any given sound wave could be holding inside of it. So, in your head, you should make a connection that more voltage, more electricity would mean more power. And remember, in the real world, a wave of audio that's really loud has a lot of power to it. So this should be really clicking in terms of just like lower level definitions and how things translate in a very easy to understand and let's just say very picturesque way. It should look exactly the same on both sides, whether it's in a device or not. All right, so when audio is inside of a mixer or a DAW or something like that, it's in an electrical form, but we have to do something to get it from the compressed waves that we're talking about and the devices that we're talking about. In other words, we have to get it to be somehow reconstituted or transformed into something that the equipment can understand. That process is called transduction. So it's the conversion of acoustic energy into electromagnetic energy, or vice versa. So there are two main points for doing this, for getting stuff into a device and getting out.
Wait,
what
Mr.
would be
Ed,
yes, listening.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Yes, you can.
What did you say transduction was like the definition again one more time?
The definition is converting the waves, the compressed air waves or acoustic energy, into electrical energy inside of the device, a mixer.
Transduction is converting
converting, yes, it's converting the power of the physical power that's happening in compressed waves in the air. It's taking that and converting it into voltage powers in the computer, meaning like more electricity means it's stronger or louder.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. No, always ask. Listening.
I got a question because it says transduction is the conversion of acoustic energy into electromagnetic energy. So I take that as like, you're recording into a microphone, it gets recorded on your computer or wherever, you're recording your music at. What's an example? It says vice versa. What's the example of that vice versa?
So actually, I'm so glad you asked that. Because you guys are gonna, especially the boom bappers, are gonna think this. So vice versa means that it's a two-way street. So any transducer can pretty much not only take in the audio, but it can output the audio too. Now, if you think about compressed waves, if you think about like a physical wave where basically the air is compressing together by means of pushing particles together and then expanding, the devices have to physically do the same thing. So everybody's looked at a speaker and watched it vibrate, right? Everyone's looked at a speaker and, especially like on the big bass songs, you can see it moving a lot. And then, for things that are just like voices, you can't hardly see it moving because it's vibrating so fast and actually not even that much. So think about that wave, the bass wave that's moving the speaker a lot. Now that idea that bass wave is moving the speaker a lot happens exactly the same, mechanically speaking, on a microphone when you speak into it. So your voice is pushing a mechanical device in an electrical field on a microphone. It's pushing it back and forth, and you pushing it back and forth with your voice creates electrical waves. Now, vice versa means since both transducers, meaning the microphone and the speaker, do the same thing, you could really flip them and they still should work. Now they won't work efficiently, meaning like a speaker isn't a microphone and a microphone isn't a speaker. But in some scenarios, you can get enough energy into something, you can actually use a speaker to be a microphone. And if you listen to a mic, if you hook it up to a speaker, you would actually hear something. I do not recommend doing that one, but the one I do recommend is, and again, the boom bappers will appreciate this. You might have seen the 1990s album cover. I forgot even which album. KRS-One album where he's sitting in the studio and he's got his mic, he's got his headphones, and he's saying his rhymes into his headphones. That's the perfect example of your question right there. He's taking something that's really made to output the audio, so you hear it. It's pushing the audio, it's pushing the speakers to make audio waves in the air again. He's using the headphones, which should be used to, again, push the air into your ear. He's actually using it to sing into the headphones to do the opposite of what, not really the opposite, but yes, the opposite of what a microphone is doing. So you can.
That's crazy because that's like one of the first ways I recorded. Like when I was a kid.
See, because the transducers are doing the same thing. That's what I'm saying. You won't get the same mileage out of it. In other words, that's why we don't just have headphones that are microphones. We don't have that because the efficiency, the mechanical efficiency, is not designed for you to sing into headphones. But it's possible because it's doing exactly what I just said. It's basically when you sing into headphones, you're pushing air onto the speakers and it's moving, again, an electrical coil that's kind of vibrating with your voice, and that electrical coil gets turned into electrical waves that can be recorded. The same
so
thing.
That electrical coil, is that the piece of technology that links a microphone, speaker, guitar pickup in the air?
Yeah, it's the kind of common ground, if you will. So it's actually very well put.
A guitar pickup in the air would be the same thing.
Yes, in the very rudimentary sense. Obviously, not absolutely speaking. Those things are optimized to do jobs a little more efficiently for those reasons. That's why I said I really don't recommend hooking up a microphone to a speaker and trying to listen to the microphone. It would actually work, but you might bust your microphone doing that. But it would work because it's the same exact principle for the speaker. The other thing too is some of you who are guitarists and bass players might have done this. You yell into your guitar, and it'll actually work. Like, you know, one of my bandmates, he would sometimes when he wanted us to hear something, he would actually just play it on his phone, and you put the phone up to the guitar pit, and then you could hear it like normal, almost normal. So yeah, it's designed to do the same thing. So in the case of a guitar, you can think of a string that's sitting above an electrical field. So there's an electrical field down below, and the string's vibrating like this, and that vibration is changing voltages on the electrical field that's on the guitar pickup, and it's just basically reading it, you know, taking the movement and turning it into the voltage. So yeah, it works exactly the same way, which is cool, right? Isn't that freaking cool? Like I didn't. Yeah, like I didn't even understand it like when I first started doing all this, because as I told you, I was in the 80s and I couldn't like Google this or any of this stuff. But when I realized it, I was like, oh, that's really cool, because it's really simple at the end of the day. You know, you're imagining more complex things than there really is for this. It's actually very simple stuff. Now, once again, the last time I'll say this is that each thing is highly specialized to do its job. So that's why you can't, again, have headphones that are actual microphones that are going to sound good as a microphone and a headphone, because they're customized to do their job. And that's why you have more expensive microphones versus cheaper ones, because more expensive microphones will have very, let's just say, detail-oriented parts that are able to capture more detail than other microphones. So that electrical field and the parts that are used to capture the voice are more expensive because they're a lot more, let's say, expensive to make, but they're also put together in a different way as well. So that, you know, so you can have a range of microphones, a range of speakers. This is why some speakers sound good or bad, or, you know.
So it's like feedback when this process is not going properly?
Feedback is when the transducers are pushing through the loop. So if the loop is, you start with your voice going into a microphone, into the DAW, out to the speaker. If the speaker's playing and the microphone can hear the speaker playing, it's going to actually double or in some way multiply what sound was coming out of the speaker, which was actually from the microphone. So that's what feedback is. Feedback is the transducers are kind of creating a loop of audio, and as it goes through, it usually gets multiplied, especially if like the mixer or something has, you know, the dB is up. If the dB is up, then that means every single loop you're adding like whatever, 10 dB or something, which we didn't even get into dBs in detail yet, but understand it's a logarithmic curve for dBs, which means if a dB of 0 versus a dB of 10 sounds like twice as much energy, it's actually like 10 times as much energy, because it's logarithmic. So with that said, feedback can occur very quickly if the settings are, you know,
like the levels and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So it can occur really easily. And this is why, you know, this should also open the eyes of people who are thinking about guitarists, putting their guitars close to speakers to get feedback. It's exactly what I'm saying, right? So when you see a guitarist at a concert go up and, you know, put their guitar near to the speaker, that's why. Because the guitar has the pickup, which is making noise, which is being played out of the speaker and being amplified. And then the guitar hears it, it's picking it up, it's vibrating it, taking the vibrations, going back into the guitar and getting amplified, going back into the loops. This is why guitars, you know, see them going up to the speakers to make feedback happen. Pretty cool. I was fascinated by this stuff when I started reading about it. Oh my gosh, it's way simpler than I had imagined. You know, I imagined some other black magic happening, witchcraft or something. These are great questions too, guys. Keep them coming. Do whatever you need to do to kind of stay engaged in this. All right, so other than the transducers, which are microphones and speakers for the most part, but yeah, guitar pickups and ears and anything else like for horns or other kinds of input devices. Other than that, between the transducers, usually you have some other stuff that sits in between that. So that's usually, as you see here in the picture, you see mixer, excuse me, EQs, compressors, amplifiers, figure delays, consoles, all that stuff, computers, interfaces. I don't know why MIDI controllers is on this list, but I guess they're needed to manipulate audio, but they're usually not. Anyway, for another time. DAWs and audio plugins. So yeah, these are the things that sit between your transducers. So just to explain the whole cycle, usually it's you or an instrument trying to be recorded or captured into a device. So let's pretend it's you. You have a microphone, which is taking compressed air waves, waves that are kind of, I keep doing this to kind of show you what a wave is, but obviously a wave is not standing. We'll look at a video of waves later. I want you guys to have a clear understanding of that. But the microphone vibrates according to the waves, turns it into electrical signals that gets put into whatever it is you're using, a console, a digital audio workstation, etc. It gets turned into electrical signals that you can turn up, turn down, put your effects on. Once you're ready to hear it, you send it back out to your other transducer, which is your speaker, which takes that electrical signal, vibrates that giant membrane to compress the air again, and voila, it gets to this last transducer, which is located on either side of your head. We call them ears in the industry. And between that, you got a brain. Use that one too.
LOL.
Yeah. LOL. Love it. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, the study, and we're just about to end here. So the study of everything I just described, figuring out, like, first of all, what you're going to record or what you're going to capture, how to get it into devices, what you're going to do when you get it into devices. Are you going to record it? How do you get it back out? All of that, as a study, is called signal flow. So signal flow is a very important part of engineering. You know, if it's not one of the most fundamental things of audio engineering, it should be. Yeah, so signal flow is super important. And really, you guys, this whole module is about kind of setting you up for understanding signal flow. It seems straightforward when you're just looking at somebody with a microphone, they're hooking into a mixer and this and that and the other, but I guarantee you, if you guys haven't touched a real mixer and you getting in front of something even as small as this Mackie here, this photo I have on the screen, you're gonna be like, oh my God, hold on, this isn't as easy as I thought. Because even though the mixer is simple as a concept, there's a lot of options here to send audio to different places. So you can imagine, if the mixer is complicated, you can imagine the rest of the signal flow can be crazy too, meaning like you're trying to send it to effects. You're trying to send it to effects in a certain way, which we haven't gotten into yet, but I'll get to later in the mod. There's a lot of options for how to send, route, and manipulate audio. So yes, seems simple, but it's going to be something you guys are going to have to know like the back of your hand before you get to the next module, because you don't want to be thinking about, oh wait, signal flow. You just want to know, okay, I plugged in a microphone here, it's going to go there. Okay, it's going to go from there to this place, and then from there it's going to go to this place. Oh wait, I need to convert this to that. If you stick with me, you're going to be a pro at that. All right, I already went through the course overview, so yeah, this is the course overview, which we went through yesterday. All right, so that was the first PDF. We still have another PDF to get through. Unfortunately, it is not going to be as grueling because there's some redundancy in it. So let's crack it open before we get a break and just take a gander. And maybe I'll try to fast forward through the parts that we already just talked about, and then I'll try to maybe finish up. So I'm going to go to, sorry, for those of you who are maybe coming out of a nap and trying to follow along. So I just went back out to my modules on Canvas, going back into the modules. I'm going down to the handout under week 1, and I'm going into the second PDF there, which is just called Intro to Acoustics. So there's some redundancy here. So the good news is I don't have to spend as much time on stuff. So you can see we just went through what is sound, psychological, physiological, sorry. I always gravitate towards that word psycho. I don't know what it is. Psychoacoustics, but I say psychological, physiological, and physical, which is the sound in the space. So yeah, we talked about what an acoustic wave is. If you're a disturbance of molecules, and those waves kind of get propagated out and transfer energy. So I'm going to stop here because when you come back from break, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a video which really clearly explains and has great visual feedback for like what a wave actually looks like. And these static diagrams, as much as they're okay, they're not really doing you justice for understanding what we mean when we say compressed air and compressed waves, because they're static. So I'll pause here, and then we'll come back and continue to go through this, and so I'll have a video for you. All right. So what time is it? It is 8:40. So let's go ahead and go to 10 after 9. Is that too late? Any objections?
No, that's fine. That's fine.
That was good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I know it's a little bit of a dry day in terms of my delivery and everything. So yeah, I'll give you a couple extra minutes. Like I said, we're, just to be kind of warning you, in the future, we're going to kind of tone it down to like shorter amount of time so we can kind of get out of class a little bit earlier. But for tonight, let's just do a proper break. Get you, walk around, shake off all the sleepies and all that stuff. So yeah, be back here at 10 minutes after 9. 10 minutes after 9. All yes, 9:10 sharp. Yes. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah. Welcome back. How we feeling? We well rested?
Less hungry, that's for sure.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's real. That's real. Did anybody have anything good to eat during the break? No. Some treats?
Yeah, I would some Wingstop.
Lemon pepper.
Cool.
Hot and spicy beef patties out the blue box. Y'all know about those.
Those are vegan night for me, man.
You gotta step your game up and get some tasty patty from Jamaica, man. Some real patties, bro.
Yeah.
That's
All right, copy.
I had
beef patties. Got it.
I had leftovers. They were actually good. My wife and I try to eat healthy, all that. Even though we do try to eat healthy, I don't know about y'all, but my COVID-19 turned into COVID-25 pretty damn quick. I gained.
Who's the better cook?
Oh, she blows me out of the water.
See, I was about to say, you trying to get this man hemmed up in his house.
Yeah. I closed the door. She can't hear me. So no, she's a dope cook. But that that's why we've been together over 20 years. So
nice.
But yeah, so we try to eat healthy. So every Monday and Tuesday, I juice fast. So when you guys see me on Monday and Tuesday, I haven't had any food. So I fast for 2 days, from Sunday when I go to bed till Wednesday when I get up. And even on Wednesday, like today, I only had some fruit up until just now.
I just finished my cleanse today. I did 8 days.
Oh, 8? You did an 8-day one. Whoa.
Yeah, I was so hungry. I ate everything.
Yeah, so I've been doing it every week for 2 days for about 10 years now. So, but so typically though, my wife, I'm what you call a de facto vegetarian. So like I'm not a real vegetarian, although it doesn't start out as a vegetarian, but my wife is. So she is the cook. So we eat vegetarian, and it's good. So it doesn't matter to me whether, as long as it's good, it can be vegan. Give me just a glass of water. As long as it's good, it's good. Yeah. So she made.
I attempted to go. Well, I'm not gonna say I attempted to go vegan. It was just actually like a vegan spot. That I liked a lot. Like the food was pretty good, but I feel like vegan it's a lot of work. Like you gotta know how to cook those, how to make those recipes. Like
Yes, there's a science to it, and if you're not a good cook, you're not gonna make it. Really, is what it comes in. Most of my friends are vegan, and have been since some of them since the 80s. So it's not like a trendy thing.
Wait, yo, Mr. N.
Yeah.
You a vegan?
I'm not a vegan. I even just said I'm not even an official vegetarian. Like I've been eating vegetarian through COVID, mostly because my wife just does most of the cooking. And like I said, as long as it's good to me, it's the thing. If you're around a lot of people who can cook, you won't even ask questions like, "Are you vegetarian?" Not because it's just like good food's coming.
You gonna eat it. You gonna eat it.
Yeah, exactly. So that's my thing. So I just had leftover. She makes like a ratatouille with cannellini beans, squash, and tomatoes, and like all this like fresh veggie stuff. And then I usually put the ratatouille on polenta cakes. So I get little polenta cakes. I put a little pesto on that, and then I put the ratatouille on that. That's what I just had.
That's good.
Yeah, it is good. It's good.
But can we talk about West Indian food real quick? What's up? Like, I got the oxtail over here with the rice, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you, man.
Indian food is very closely related to Jamaican, actually. It's actually really closely related to Jamaican.
He said West Indian.
Oh, he said West Indian. Yeah. I mean, but it's actually even still, it's all very.
You know what
I
I'm
was
saying?
surprised to find. Yeah. No, that's good stuff. I used to kill some oxtail, man.
Yo, I think it's crazy too how like every culture makes oxtails different. Like you got Dominican oxtails, you got West Indian oxtails, Jamaican. But I think Jamaicans got it though when it comes to
Jamaican got it. Jamaican got it.
Yeah, I think Jamaicans got it too.
The process a lot of people don't
too.
know about, man.
Yeah.
Like it's 2 steps. If you really get some fire oxtail, it's not only going to be cooked in that Dutch pot. Before it hit the Dutch pot, we cook it in the pressure cooker.
Yes. Yes.
That's deep. That's deep.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm sure the daddy ain't heard, but how I eat West Indian food, you think I'm Jamaican.
Honorary Jamaican, honorary.
It's heavy, man.
Big us, bless us, bless up.
It's heavy. Nice. Word up. That's what's up. So yeah, man. Let's do this. Let's get back into the groove. I know it's not like the most engaging topics, but yeah, do your best to stay with me. I know it gets tough when it's just like a voice and like slow slide. So ask questions. Try to connect what I'm saying to what you've seen or what you've observed in the world. You know, maybe you've been to a concert and you notice the sound guy doing something, and maybe something I'm saying kind of makes that click. Just go ahead and say it out loud. But, oh, yo, I saw the sound guy do this at the blog gig. Now I understand, you know, whatever. So just, you know, try to make it relate to something you already seen. You know, in addition to like, you know, taking it in for what it is in terms of the materials. But let me just generally check in. You guys feeling okay about the material? Does it feel like too much? Not enough?
Well, that's good.
That's good.
That's pretty
It's okay. It's okay. Nobody's like lost and like feeling like they don't get it. And, you know, I know a few topics here and
It's
there.
valid.
Okay, good.
It is valid.
Okay, good. Just want to double check.
I
Always let me know. Yeah, ask.
For the iPad and the hard drive and stuff. Okay, so I work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. But how would I be able to manage to get it? Because they gave a time, like they sent me a docs chart, and it's only to 4:00.
Okay, you should email. So I don't know if you have Kathleen Guest's email.
I have everybody's email.
I would email Kathleen and Peter.
Okay.
And tell them like you need to get the stuff and you can't get it because you work. You just say I need another option. There's nothing I can do.
Okay.
And hopefully they'll make an option for you. Hopefully what they possibly can do. I don't know. I can't speak for them, and I don't handle this part of the packages and program. But you know, the campus is open right now, so maybe you could go down there for class one of the days it's open, and you can get it then. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe the lab tech can hold it for you or something like that. Again, don't quote me because that's not my pay grade. Of course. I want to make a promise. But, man, I'm purple. That's crazy. I want to make a music video with all this like purple. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen again. So I did want to still do the engineering thing tonight and at least get that started, but also we still got some slides to get through. And like I said, I have a video that's gonna help kind of illustrate the audio waves thing, because it's some of the stuff just I know, like just listening to me talk about it and looking at a little flat picture, it just doesn't cut it. So, you know, I'm trying to find things that like really explain things visually through that. So I found a video the other day. I think but let's get back to the slides and then I'll step to the video. All right, there's my slides right here. All right, hit record. Cool. All right. Back at the lab. We got a mic to grab. So yeah, we went over what is sounds, Acoustic wave. So the periodic thing, I think everybody gets that. That's the cyclical part you guys talked about before, meaning like there's kind of like a pattern that repeats over and over. The term I like to use for repeating waves is oscillation. That's actually a really good term to kind of get into your vocabulary when you're talking about things that repeat over and over. Waves, but also in audio, there's going to be times where we talk about oscillation in terms of the controls on a console or something like that too, because you might want to send some automation someplace, and sometimes you use something that's a little more cycle based, and we usually call that an oscillator. So that word oscillator is going to come back up too. But oscillator, you should think same as wave, pretty much the same thing. All right, so here's an illustration of an acoustical wave. So on top, you have kind of what I'm going to call the side view of the wave, and then below that, you have kind of like an above view. So essentially, if you were animating this, where my mouse is, you guys can see my mouse, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So do you see when it gets big, like that? You guys can't see that. You just see a regular mouse.
Yeah, regular.
Okay.
There's a regular.
So I have like the big, this is just showing the window. Anyway, so if you're animating this wave, this kind of compressed area here kind of moves along. And of course, as the wave moves along, the particles essentially are staying in the same space, just kind of swaying like this, getting closer and further apart from each other as they kind of stay in space. So it's kind of like water waves, which you guys are probably familiar with that. And, most of the time when we're talking about sound, we're talking about air, but of course, any kind of media, waves can probably get through them. In other words, if there's anything with molecules that can touch other molecules, then waves can probably get through. All right, so I just explained this. I said there's compression, which is where the particles get pushed together and then they kind of expand. But as they do this, they kind of move along in time. Again, we'll see an animation about this. So here are, sorry, I'm just going to look ahead and see what they're about to say. So here is a word that I want you to take note of.
Rarefaction?
Yes, thank you. Rarefaction. So rarefaction is essentially like the low pressure point of the wave. So, you can think of high pressure and low pressure where some things get closer together and get further apart. So, if I take like my hat here, right now my hat is taking up like a certain amount of space. If I put my hat in a smaller space, it's going to be under higher pressure, right? So if I put my hat into a ball like this, it's under higher pressure. So things are closer together in a higher pressure place. So that concept is key for understanding waves. So rarefaction is the part where the particles actually go apart. So the particles get further apart, and then they kind of come back together, and then they kind of get to like a normalized position. You guys probably have been to the beach and seen how waves kind of, first of all, pull out to the ocean. So the water kind of pulls back and then comes right back at you. So it's kind of the same concept as that. So the visual thing here is illustrated in this photo slide that I went back to. So rarefaction, take note, is where the low pressure is, where there's less. I was just saying the opposite of that, wasn't I? You guys didn't correct me. I crunched a hat and did I say low pressure? That's high pressure. All right. Make sure you pay attention. Pay attention to me. Correct me. Anyway, look at this picture right here, and you'll see that rarefaction is the area where the particles kind of have more space. They're under low pressure, and then as the wave moves through, they kind of come closer together. That's compression.
You definitely said hi.
I did. Yeah. See. Well, when I put it together, it should be high pressure. And I let go of it, it should be low pressure. That's what I should have said. But, all right. Yeah, high, right? Purple, right? High, right? You definitely said high. I noticed that. He said hi, hi. Oh, hi, I'm paying attention. Okay, what's this about?
Oh, man.
All right. Did you guys like my Wed Nas Day thing? Did you like that? That fun? That was a good one? That was a good one? Yeah. Sometimes I'm good like that. All right, back to the thing. All right, so here
your jokes is hit or miss.
I know they are. They definitely are. But I'm that kind of creative risk taker. If you don't take a risk, you never make the shot. So check it out. So in a kind of side view of a wave, if you will, the high pressures and low pressures are usually illustrated by kind of a positive and negative value on a wave. So you see where it says high pressure here on the top, where I got my mouse kind of moving around, and low pressure there.
Quick question, brother.
Yeah, listening.
So the low pressure is a rarefaction, and the high pressure is a compression.
Yes, exactly. So and that's really just describing how a wave is going to go through a medium. In other words, it's describing what the particles in a medium, in this case, we're talking about air. The air particles are kind of doing this, and then they're kind of getting closer together for compression. So the rarefaction part is the lower pressure of the air, and then the high pressure part is the compression part. And like I said, if you're looking at a waveform on a computer, you can see the high pressure is usually where it's in the positive range. Typically, a wave like this is going to have a 0 point, which is going to be where my mouse is going across right now. So anything above the wave will be high pressure or compression. Anything below would be kind of a negative or rarefaction. So this is something, when you're looking at a DAW, I mean, a lot of you have seen waveforms in computers. You'll see there's a lot of positive and negative values. And this is why, because when your electric transducers are capturing things, they're capturing when there's low pressure air, and then capturing this high pressure air. So it's not just positive. You might think of it in your head as just like positive movement, meaning you're moving, it's turned up, but actually there's a 0 point where you have to kind of go above and below.
So is the refraction is like the resting point in a beat or something like that?
No, so rarefaction would be just, I wouldn't really think of it as something that you're going to completely be able to hear. It'd be more like something that you almost feel. So like, I wouldn't think of it as like you're listening to something and you kind of hear rarefaction, because this stuff's going so fast that you hear it, but you don't really hear it in the way that you're probably thinking in your head.
Yeah.
We're just talking about like very quick oscillations, because to hear it's got to be going very, very fast, which we'll get into speed later. Like, in other words, for your ear to be able to pick it up, it's got to be going pretty fast. Again, we're painting a picture, so we're just building on concepts. So yeah, keep your brain working and thinking about it and trying to visualize it. That'll help a lot. All right, so we just went through high pressure versus low pressure, compression and rarefaction. So this is the same thing I just showed you in a different illustration. I feel like the other illustration was better, so that's why I have to look back at that slide.
Yeah, that one is definitely confusing.
Yeah, because the particles, it's like what's happening there. Like you can barely see the lines of the particles. So. All right. So as actually that was actually a good segue. So as I just said, the number of periodic disturbances or compression and refraction cycles that happens in a certain amount of time, normally a second, is determining the frequency. So that's, remember, that's like pitch in your ear. So it's like a higher pitch means there's more of that compression and refraction happening faster, essentially, over a period of time. And if it's a lower pitch, it's going to be less. It's going to be essentially a slower oscillation or a slower compression rarefaction cycle. So higher are faster, more oscillations. Lower is less oscillations. Here's your boy Hertz. Doesn't he look like a total hipster? Yo, what up, what up? It's your boy Hertz. I got you.
He looks German.
I mean, the name definitely kind of has some kind of Germanic feel to it. But he just looks like
trash, though.
Yeah. What's trash? The comb over's trash.
Comb over, he gotta fix that.
That's funny.
Yo,
I mean,
chill.
you know, this is probably like, yeah.
Where his hairline at? Where's his hairline at?
Hey, his contribution to this film is quite significant. So you can say whatever you want about his hairline.
You need to let it go.
You're studying his work. You're studying his work, so you can talk all you want about.
I need to stop, man.
Mr. Attack on Titan in the face. This guy's crazy.
Okay.
Jeez.
Look at his nose, though.
All right,
Yo,
pause.
Mr.
All right, pause. Yes, I see him. He's on my screen too. I see him. All right. Let's
brutal.
Let's go. Anyway, this guy, the unit of hertz is obviously named after this person because that's basically what scientists did in that day and age. They would want to make their name be forever lasting, so they make it so their name is whatever scientific process you're talking about. So yeah, the unit is named after Mr. Heinrich Hertz here. Cycles per second is usually how you say it if you're saying it out loud. So hertz equals cycles per second, cycles being compression, rarefaction cycles. Got it?
Say that again.
So cycles per second is how we say hertz out loud. In other words, you're thinking about the number of compression and rarefaction cycles that are happening in a 1 second period. And like I said, that turns into pitch and tone.
Gotcha.
So for like a middle C note's going to have a certain number of cycles per second, and then a low C is going to have some mathematical division cycles per second, but much lower. And we call that hertz. So we'd say like, I don't know, 10,000 hertz is where a human voice lives, or something like that. That just describes the cycles per second happening at a certain frequency. What the hell is sound? So this is what I just said, different frequencies for cycles per second. So this is kind of like on a piano. You guys, I don't know if you can see the piano so well, so I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. So you can see that they put looks like they put the hertz next to the note name. So you can see if you hit, I'm going to guess this is like a middle A, 220, because this is 220 is often what most keyboards or most instruments are tuned to.
That's definitely something we should write down, right?
I would just say make sure you have the notes available at the moment. There's going to be other charts with like, but I wouldn't say write it down, but I'd say take note of it.
Because you can save it to your notes on your iPad.
Yeah, that's a fact. I could screenshot it. Yo, I've been writing damn near everything, bro.
Yeah.
The entire module, you could save this to your, like, everything. He's just basically going through the module that we have, so you could download this and save it.
Exactly.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, you got it. But do what's best for you for learning. So that's what I'm making my point, that you could take note of it in another way. You don't have to necessarily write it down. But yes, so the note delineation is there, so that's F, and the hertz is 174.6 hertz. So that's cycles per second. So in other words, 176 times a second, there is going to be compression and rarefaction cycles. 174 times in 1 second. Is that making sense to everybody?
Yeah. Well, say that one more time.
So for that note, let's do A. A220 is actually, again, you're going to see that a lot because that's what people are supposed to be tuning instruments to if they're doing like Western scales, Western style music. So 220, next to the letter A is the note in music that you would play, or you would tell somebody to play and say, hey, play an A, da 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 da. If you were trying to describe that same note and try to tell somebody, this is the number of cycles per second that goes by for compression, as in air compression and air rarefaction per second, it's 220 of these per second. Isn't that freaking crazy? You think about it, that's like 220 in 1 second of compression, air compression, and air.
That has to do with like how hard or soft you actually press the keys, right? Like the energy your finger.
No, that's amplitude. Good question. No, that is amplitude. That's loud or soft. We're
like,
just talking.
For example, like dogs can hear different hertz, like different
Yes,
cycles per second.
Yes.
And humans can't hear those cycles per second.
Yes, that's why you hear the term dog whistle. That's what people are saying when they say dog whistle, even though it's become a little bit of a political term. The idea is that if you blow the whistle, a human won't hear it, but a dog will hear it. So yes, but just to be super clear about what this diagram is, the 220 is the number of cycles of, again, compression and rarefaction cycles in 1 second happen. And like I said, think about that. That's like, can't move that fast. That's mad fast, but that's a tone that you'll hear in your ear, which is, again, an A on the instrument. And not all instruments make all the tones, of course, there's ranges. So, keyboards are usually pretty much the full range there. Cool, everybody got that? Word up, that's what's up.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
So kilohertz are low?
Yes, kilo, yes.
Megahertz are higher?
Yes, exactly, yes.
Nah,
yes.
wait, aren't kilohertz higher? So there's 1 hertz is low, 1 kilohertz is basically 1,000 hertz.
Hold on, yes, because
Isn't
yeah. Hold on, actually, you're doing a good thing. 1 second. Let's get it straight. Remember that page I was just on. 1 second. Boom. So I want to get you guys the right thing, not the wrong thing. So check it out. And here, there's actually, we haven't gotten to this yet. You guys are probably going to do this with, what's his name on Monday? What's his name, Brandon? So there's a metric prefix, excuse me, metric prefix slide here in O3 harmonics, which basically clears up exactly what you guys are saying right now. So the question was mega versus kilo. And yes, kilo, well, megahertz would be higher. So yes, that's right. So I don't think we can hear into megahertz. That's what radio frequency is.
Yeah, I don't think we could hear 1,000,000 hertz.
Yeah, I don't think so, yeah. This is like, down here, this is like your Wi-Fi. It's just, 5G.
So gigahertz is my phone?
It can be. It's just for communications, there's different bands that they use for things. But yes, let's just say for the quick answer, yeah, gigahertz would be like Wi-Fi, phones, TVs, radios. I think it's all in the gigahertz range, I'm pretty sure. But let's go back, because I think that's what that next slide was actually about to show us.
So what would terahertz be? Satellite or something?
Probably. Let's see this diagram actually that I'm about to pull up. Might even had it, so I can't remember exactly. This is stuff that I like look at, and then 6 months later, I'm like, oh, here we go. let's see. So I'm going to the electromagnetic spectrum slide if you're following along. There we go. So Ryan wrote, analogously, meaning like a parallel, analogously, we perceive frequencies of electromagnetic waves, light as color. So light has the same properties, or has some of the same properties of waves in an analogous way to sound. In other words, higher frequencies of sound equal higher pitch in your ear as someone who's listening to music. And for light, it's the same. So a different color is a different frequency for a light wave. It's kind of, light is a complicated thing, but let's just say electromagnetic waves. And then they also can be used to so one thing you guys also should be doing with the wheels turning in your head, whoops, what just happened? Is realizing that when I'm talking about waves and energy is that, yeah, this stuff translates into everything that you have technology-wise. Like someone just said their phone or the Wi-Fi and all that. Like energy transmitting through waves, it's basically what you do when you're doing like your singing or your beatboxing or whatever too. So it's just getting kind of transduced into another kind of waveform. So, what I want to kind of lay out there is that there's a lot of the same thing happening on different levels that may not have been apparent to you before. So like color, in terms of what you see visually, you can think of as like a musical note or a frequency that you hear. So the term tone is actually something that you can use to describe something visual.
So blind people could see colors, not see colors, but hear colors?
Well, really, so that's actually a funny thing to say.
Yeah, you have to ask a blind person that one.
Well, the thing is that there's a thing you guys probably heard of called synesthesia, which is, or I think that's how you pronounce it, which is the idea that yes, you start to mix up things that you would perceive with another thing. It's typically that you would actually see sound. So in other words, someone would be like, oh, I can see the sound waves.
Synesthesia.
Yeah, synesthesia, yes, thank you. That's the idea where you can, something that you would actually normally hear, you would actually see it. Which, that's not the mechanics of the situation, so I'm not saying you should try to make that happen, but really you have it at your disposal. So this is what happens when you look at a spectrogram. So when you bring waveforms into your DAW or on your iPad, you capture a wave, you're able to take it and do what we're saying. So you're able to like put it on a frequency spectrum chart and see where it sits. All right. So I just wanted to, can't zoom in enough on this. Can you guys see this okay? I know it's a little small. I tried to zoom in.
We see it.
Okay. So yeah, this diagram of light just shows that the higher frequencies are in the reds and then the lowers are in the violets area. So kind of left to right here, you have lower frequency light waves. So this is what I was saying. It's kind of analogous to like how on the keyboard you get different keys and you get higher pitch.
So that's like a kilohertz being purple.
Yeah, or it looks like it says
I think that's in
terahertz. Yeah, it's in terahertz. It's super. Yeah, I think light is kind of like the highest of the radio waves. Pretty sure. I'm not sure what's above that. But yeah, cis terahertz next to.
So light is airwaves?
No. I'm saying light is another type of wave. It is, but you can think of it as having a lot of the same properties of what sound waves do. In terms of go ahead.
A terahertz falls somewhere in the middle of the frequencies.
A terahertz just describes so it's kind of where you can say, like we said before, kilo is like 1,000.
So if you're describing hertz in colors, where's the negative and where's the positive?
So we're not
negative.
No. So you're not looking at a waveform like you were before. So I understand the question. I would say it would look like this. It would look the same as this waveform or the one I just went past. It would look just like this, where you're going to have a higher compression area and you're going to have a lower compression area. So this chart isn't telling you about the high and low pressure. It's just telling you the frequency or pitch. So you can here's how you should look at this. You see this keyboard right here? On the lower keys, those are lower tone notes. You know that, right? Everybody knows that. So for this spectrogram, those keys on the left would be here where it's purple. So in other words, you can think of this as a musical keyboard where lower notes would be down here and higher notes would be up towards the red. So that's how you should.
I think you'd have to reverse it because violet is 750 and red is 380.
You're right. Yeah, it was I thought that said 880. I can't see it in my glasses actually, but thank you, Glenn. I appreciate you saying that. So yes, it's reversed of what I just said because the lower number here. So this is 380 terahertz. Is that true?
Yeah.
380 terahertz to 750. Right. My bad. Thank you for correcting me. Again, this is why I want you to pay attention. I should be correct because I want you to get the right thing.
Can you just clarify for me? Like you can play different hertz at different volumes, but it doesn't.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because the hertz is just the tone, the note that you want to hear. So like tone A, those are two different hertz speeds. So those are two different frequency cycles right there. Those two different tones. Now, what you just said, louder is turning up the volume, not changing the pitch.
That's amplitude.
That's amplitude. Did that make it clearer for you or not?
Yeah, amplitude is like the audio version.
It's like the louder, softer. Amplitude is louder, softer. But to change the pitch, again, pitch like
So I guess you could say for people, somebody with a deeper voice, do they speak in like a lower hertz, like lower frequency range, and then somebody with a higher pitched voice speaks with a higher frequency.
Perfect way to explain it. Yeah. So so if we were putting it on this chart here, lower voice people would be on the right, higher pitched voice people would be on the left. And it's the same on the musical keyboard too. So except for reverse in that case. So if you have a low pitched voice, you're singing just like your normal voice, then your voice is going to appear down here someplace maybe. And if you have a higher pitched voice, maybe it might be up here. That's a big maybe because it really depends on where your voice is. And these are specific pitches, and we're not really calling out a specific pitch. We're just saying higher versus lower in terms of pitch. And remember, higher versus lower just means more. Actually, just like this right here. You see where it says low frequency on the top, and you see longer waves. And then on the bottom of this chart here, it says high frequency, and there's more waves, but it's all the same amount of time.
High always be pushed together more.
What's that?
No, I was saying that. Yeah.
It would be. This is just a visual explanation of the difference between a low and a high.
A shorter wavelength.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, for higher frequency. Yes. For higher frequency, it's a shorter wavelength. Exactly. Perfectly said. So wavelength, for those, we haven't really gotten to this yet, but for those who are curious, a wavelength is from the same point to the same value on the wave in its next cycle. So a wavelength would be from this point to this point. It's the same value in the wave. You could do it from any point because it's a reoccurring value. So the wavelength is one cycle. So it's going to go down and then come back up to the same value. That's one wavelength. These wavelengths are very short compared to these lower frequency ones, which are very long. Very well put. And yeah, actually, in physical reality, it's crazy. Like, you can get waves that are bigger than you, like moving past you at these crazy rates, which is just bananas.
So from one wavelength to another one, that's one cycle.
One wavelength is one cycle. So one wavelength, so like this point on the wave to that point is one cycle. So as many of those as happen in a second is the number of hertz. So if 10 of these go by in a second, that would be 10 hertz.
And the higher the frequency, the more compressed it is.
Well, not the more compressed, it's just the more cycles that happen.
More cycles.
Yeah, more of these cycles happen per second. So if we said, if this whole thing was a second, look at this chart here, if this whole thing is 1 second, let's just do a rough count. Let's just say that this wave starts here, so let's just say this is 1, this is 2, oops, sorry, 1, 2, 3. So that's 3 cycles per second. But if we go down to this blue wave, do the same thing. 1 cycle, 2 cycle, 3 cycle, 4 cycle, 5 cycle, 6 cycle, 7 cycles per second. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because this is all the same amount of time as in 1 second, but more of these cycles happening in 1 second. So for lower frequencies,
the red one would be 3 hertz. The blue one would be 7 hertz. Basically.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. You guys are getting it. Awesome. So yeah, anyway, the electromagnetic thing is not important other than to understand there's a lot of analogous references you can make to light as to sound, because light has a lot of properties that act as sound properties do. But in physics, it's not an absolute thing that light acts like a wave. Not for tonight. All right, man, I wanted to get to that stupid video. Let's see what we can do. Okay, so the periodic disturbance we've been over a couple times here. So the amount of disturbance, meaning how loud or how soft the wave is, or how tall, if you're looking at that picture back there, is called the amplitude. We just went over that. The amplitude is measured in decibels, and again, that's a relative value. Decibels are always relative to some other measurable value. Now, we went over this earlier. Like I said, just think of it as like, if the sound is unchanged, that's 0 dB. If you want to turn it up, you have to put it into the positive dB. If you want to turn it down, you have to take it into the negative dB range. So that's what it means relative to whatever is normal. Which, I know that's a rough concept to really wrap your head around when you're talking about mixes, but I think you'll get it with some repetition. So there's a chart here that Ryan provided that basically puts dBs for the SPL, which is sound pressure levels, for the threshold against the threshold of hearing. So at the very bottom of the chart is the threshold of hearing. So this is to describe what that means. If something's super quiet and you barely hear it, that's probably what you could consider your threshold of hearing. If it's a little bit below, it doesn't register to you. You don't hear it. Now, not because it's a different frequency, right? Just because there's not enough energy for it to push you over. I want to be clear about that. Does that make sense? In other words, we're now on the topic of amplitude or loudness. We're not talking about frequency at the moment.
So like, it doesn't matter how hard you blow a dog whistle, you will never hear it.
Yes, because it's not even in your range for receiving it. Yes, that is one thing. But let's pretend there is a sound that you can hear, something very light, like a pin drop. It's something super light. Now, if something is so light that it barely trips your threshold of hearing, that's your lower limit. If I turn it down even a little bit, you won't hear it. That's what the threshold means. Now, again, I want you guys to conceptually think in your head what that actually means. That means if you have your eardrum here and you have sound coming to your eardrum, that it's not powerful enough to push your eardrum. You need a certain amount of energy to be able to push it to register, right? Because if it's not powerful enough, it's just going to kind of maybe touch it and not move it at all. If it doesn't move your eardrum, then it won't register as sound.
Like a feather?
Well, yeah, or anything that doesn't make loud enough sound to push your eardrum is below the threshold of hearing. So, with that said, again, talking about energy, we're talking about things getting louder above that. So that means the more energy you put, the harder it's going to push against your eardrum. And if it pushes too hard, it can damage your eardrum, right? This is what we talked about earlier today for a while. So if you get something that's way too loud, it'll push so hard that it could damage your eardrum. Don't want that. All right, so lower limit on the bottom, which, like I said, maybe you think of like a pin drop or a feather or something super light.
Does gravity have an effect on sound?
It's actually, it should not in the general aspects, meaning sound being the waves, the compressed waves, compressed and rarefied waves. Gravity doesn't really have much to do with how air is able to oscillate. But what also could be true is if you drop something heavy, it's going to be harder hitting and therefore make, quote, a louder sound. So
I was gonna say like not to get too scientific, but like if you
get too scientific,
like if you're like underwater, like you might be at the pool or something, things sound different when you under the water.
Yes.
I don't know how much that has to do with like if that has to do with gravity or
no. So what that has to do with is yes. So what it has to do is the medium, which is the physical thing that the waves are traveling through. So as I said earlier, waves can travel through anything that has molecules that can bump up against each other. So that means it can travel through air, they can travel through solid walls, they can travel through concrete, not space, because why not? Why wouldn't?
I was just about to say that too.
Why wouldn't?
There's no atmosphere in space. There's no molecules. So there's nothing to travel through.
Yes, there's nothing to travel through. There's no medium. So if there's a train, it'd be like there's no tracks. The train can't go because there's no more tracks. So yes, space, it would not work. But if a medium, so for mediums, there's different types of density, meaning like how closely packed the molecules are. So for air, it's very loose. Obviously, I can move my hand through air and I don't have to it's not very heavy. It's not very dense. But a wall is super dense. So to make this vibrate, for waves passing through it, it will take some energy to get through this wall, but it can. It can get through concrete. It can get through anything, again, that has the materials. Now, the key thing to understand, though, is, and whoever talked about going underwater, is that if something is more dense, then you need more energy to make it just as loud as it was in air, because air is very light. So that means you would either have to have super loud speakers to have it the sound pressure to hit the water and then still be a sound wave in the water and still get to your ear. It's got to be very, very loud. It's changing to another medium that's more dense, so it needs more energy to kind of push through it. We're kind of oversimplifying this, but hopefully you get the idea. Sound can travel through different mediums. And it'll change, it'll affect the sound. So this is what it comes down to. So, everybody in New York City apartments will definitely care about this and should care about this, because this is how you try to figure out if you want something to be soundproof or not. You need to find something that sound has a hard time vibrating. And typically, again, that's denser materials. It needs more energy. So everybody's been at the club where they can hear the bass outside, but they can't hear the high frequencies, right? Same concept. Meaning the energy waves that have a lot of energy, which is usually the low end, the bass has a lot of energy and can travel far. Usually you can hear that through the walls because it's strong enough to vibrate the walls. But the higher frequencies, they don't have enough energy to make it through the walls, so you don't hear them. They get lost. They get dissipated or dispersed. So yeah, like I said, as people who might want to soundproof things, these are definitely very important concepts to understand. This is how you're gonna probably build your home studios when you hook it up.
That's where that spray foam come in handy.
Yeah, spray foams. Yeah, there's a lot of neat tricks actually with soundproofing that we'll go into another time. All right, so this is just a quick diagram. I don't need to actually go into it in detail because we actually already talked about with the sound protection. Anything above the threshold is just a higher dB, and dBs, like I said, they're relative to something, but also they are logarithmic, which means that from 0 to 10 is not actually 10 times as much. It actually is like 100 times as much. You know what I'm saying? So it's a logarithmic scale. So it's not a straightforward linear scale where you're just counting like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 10 dB. I'm going to go to 20 dB. So I count 10 more. No, it doesn't work that way. The difference between 0 and 10 and the difference between 0 and 20 is more than 10, more than 2 times as much. Anyway, we'll get into it. I just wanted to make it clear that it's not an incremental linear thing. All right. So yeah, we again, I want to get to the video. All right. So this is a clear picture of cycles per second. I think, can't remember who it was earlier. I think Ali, someone else was asking how to tell where a cycle is. So once again, the idea is that you come back to the same value on the waveform through its cycle. That's one cycle.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Like, why do you say cycles instead of hertz? Because it's the same thing, right? Like a cycle per second is a hertz per second, right?
No. So hertz is cycles per second.
Oh, right. Okay, so this picture right here would be for 2 hertz.
Yes, if that was 1 second. If we were saying beginning and the end, that's 1 second, then we would say yes, it's 2 hertz.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Got it. Nice. All right. So yeah. So this is a good illustration of what a cycle is. I use the term oscillation a lot myself. And like I said, it's probably something you should have in your wheelhouse. So I always say this is one oscillation, but one cycle. Technically, cycle is what you should be really learning at the moment, especially if you get into synthesizers and stuff.
So the graph is an
oscilloscope.
And that's what you mean when you say oscillation, right?
Yes. So oscillation is where something repeats over and over.
Yeah, so this is like basically how it has one cycle. Does it have to be does a cycle have to be symmetrical?
Yes, in the sense that I kind of was saying this earlier. It's weird to think of this in your head, but you have to think of because everything is waves. So we usually use waves as the means to figure out how to display things. Meaning like everything I've been showing you about compression and refraction isn't only a positive value thing, meaning like if a wave was only compression, then you would only see ups with no downs. Does that make sense? So because the waves you were making are compression and refraction, you need to be able to see that. We need to be able to show audio the way that we produce it. And all vibration is this way. So it's like in weird, rare occasions, you'll see waveforms where you'll be like, wow, there's no negative values. Like, you know what I mean? You'll see it sometimes, but usually there's something wrong with something that you're doing in that case. Like, maybe the microphone's messed up, or there's some kind of like phasing problems. Like that.
But it's like the law of correspondence. Like usually a cycle will be as above, so below.
Something like that. Yes, something like that. Yes, it's a very universal Zen-y kind of thing. Yes, okay. But also because this is actually a really, really great question. Because in your head, because I know as students, you guys are probably just thinking like how you think of volume meters on mixers. You're just thinking like, okay, the volume's at 0 or at the bottom, there's no lights on. And then the volume goes up to 10 and the lights go up to 10. And you just kind of see the volumes going up from 0 to 10. That's what you're thinking in your head, right? That's what you're thinking of, like, that's what a waveform should be. It should be like one value for the lowest value, which is nothing. And
the wave is always changing though.
Well, I'm basically trying to make the distinction that you don't think of audio as just volume being 0 and volume being 100, because you're not thinking of volume as in turn up the volume. You're thinking waves. Everything is waves. So it's really important to understand that waves are the foundation of how we figured out how to do all the stuff, meaning that's why you see waves when you look at a DAW. It wouldn't make any sense to show you not negative values. In other words, if I just said anything below a cycle, don't worry about it. Because the waves that you make when you talk, when you're speaking into a microphone, you're rapping and trapping and singing an opera, you're moving something back and forth in an electrical field. And it's got to know if my field is here and this is the neutral thing, not positive, not negative, and you start singing into me and I start to vibrate, I have to know when I'm in the negative and positive values so I can actually turn that into electrical values. You guys understand? Like, this is like the membrane that you sing into. So your voice is pushing up against an electrical membrane that's turning into these cycles here. So I'm saying when you sing into it, you're not singing into it and just pushing it one way. It's actually oscillating from a center point.
I have a question about so with phase cancellation, would
wow, you're jumping ahead on this. What's up?
I'm just wondering, would that be like if you put the two on top of each other, like
sort of?
I can't remember, but so if we're gonna get to it, well, I don't want to.
We are, and I'll just briefly touch on this because I don't want to confuse anybody, and everybody needs to get these fundamental concepts before we get on something like phase cancellation. So here's the quick about the question. So the question was, what is phase cancellation, maybe in a visual way? So if you have an oscillation like this, these are values. So if something is louder, it's going to be up here, right? The values are going to be more. And if it's going to be quieter, the values are going to be less, right? Everybody got that? Right? So now these values are happening in a space of time over 1 second. Now, what if you take the values and you flip them upside down? And then you take the normal wave and you add it to that wave. So that means that you would take this value. So if I flip it upside down, this goes to that value, which is that value, right? You guys got that? So if I flip this upside down, this value would be there. So if you think, thank you. Yes, thank you, sorry. You'll be here. So if you add this and that together, what do you get? Put that back up.
They cancel.
Yes, thank you. They cancel, exactly. Okay. So a phase issue would basically make the math to where there's no oscillation. So this thing that's vibrating, remember my remember my vibration here. So if this is 0 and I'm vibrating back and forth in cycles here, if I cancel it out and it's always 0, it's not going to sound like anything, right? Because
takes it away.
Yeah, the values turn to 0. So that's what phase cancellation is. It's basically the numbers go to 0 because the waves are out of phase and they cancel each other out. So that's a technique that's sometimes used to like you guys probably heard people like, oh, I want to get the acapella to like Michael Jackson's Bad, and I want to be able to cut out all the music, just have the audio. So what some people have done is they actually do phase cancellation to erase the music, meaning that they'll take the instrumental, they'll take the vocal version, and if you overlay those two and phase cancel the audio, like put them out of phase, ideally you're just left with the vocals because the instruments should cancel themselves out if they're out of phase. Complicated, I know. Sorry, I should have entertained the question.
It's the same concept with EQing, right?
A little different with the EQ because you're essentially turning down the volume of something at a certain frequency, actually. So some frequencies may not even be affected. We'll get there. We'll get there. But I'm glad you guys are thinking. This is good. Yeah, wave transmission. Obviously, we've been talking about this all night. Isn't it? Amani, isn't it like interesting stuff? That's why we teach it. No, it is. It actually is cool stuff, isn't it? Like, seriously, I was fascinated like when I got into this, and I didn't even have SAE. So, wave transmission. Obviously, we've been talking about waves pass through mediums. Of course they do. They pass through air. They pass through water. They pass through everything. So there's two different types of wave motion, and this is definitely going to be the good point for me to try to show you this video. So there's transverse wave motion, where the wave is perpendicular to the source that it's propagating. And then there is, transverse, what's the other one? Longitudinal. Okay, that's longitudinal and transverse. And I have the perfect video for you because these slides don't cut it. I always get tripped up on these slides because I'm like, I don't even know how to explain the right way to like visualize this. So hold tight, and I'm gonna try to shift my screen over to this video. All right, whoops, stop there. Oh, I gotta stop my sharing. So this video is going to be illustrating a lot of what we've been talking about. So I think it'll be a good visual accompaniment to these basic concepts. Sorry, a second. Queued up. I wonder if I'll just share a quick time. Quick time. Or I'll go to VLC. I still know if this sounds good. All right, about to share it. Here it goes. 4, 3, 2, 1. Even if you can't hear it, it's actually kind of still helpful. Can you guys see the beginning of this weird video?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear it?
Can't hear it though.
I can't hear it.
I can't hear it.
Can't hear it? Okay.
So if you go back to the share screen, there's a little box.
Share your device. Share audio.
Yeah.
Says. Let's see. Whoop. Yeah. Here's acting really slow. Hold on. Select the microphone. Can I do system?
Oh no. So if you go back to press share screen again,
share screen.
and you share this, there's like a little checkbox in the bottom.
Oh,
left
sure.
corner.
Sound. Yes, thank you.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's our guru. And then I have to type in my password. No looking. Look away.
Describe them in terms of frequency, wavelength.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, no.
Waves transfer energy from one place to another. You should already know how to describe them in terms of frequency, wavelength, and amplitude, which we looked at in another video. In this video, we're going to look at 2 ways they can be classified. Waves are produced as a result of vibrations and can be classified as transverse or longitudinal. Whether they are transverse or longitudinal depends upon how the particles are made to vibrate as the energy passes. Let's look at longitudinal first. This is where the particles vibrate parallel to the direction in which the wave of energy is travelling. Notice that the ends of the slinky don't ever leave the hands holding them. It's only the energy that travels. The places where the coils or particles are bunched together are called compressions. Where they are furthest apart are called rarefactions. An example of longitudinal waves is sound. When a drum is struck, the drum skin vibrates, which causes the air particles next to it to vibrate. This causes the next air particle to vibrate, then the next, and so on until the vibration reaches the ear, causing the eardrum to vibrate. The vibrating air speeds away from the source, creating a sound wave. Let's look at another type of wave, transverse waves. The hand moves up and down, as does the slinky, but the wave itself moves from left to right, so the particles vibrate at 90 degrees to the direction that the energy is moving. We can simply think of it as, in longitudinal waves, the hand pulses horizontally, pushing and pulling, and the wave energy also moves horizontally, back and forward. Whereas in transverse waves, the hand moves up and down, but the wave energy still moves horizontally. Again, the ends of the slinky never leave the hands holding it, it's just the energy that moves along. Transverse waves are usually used to show the wavelength and amplitude. Pause the video and see if you can remember how to label the amplitude and wavelength on the diagram.
Oh, that's a quiz. Where's the amplitude?
Longitude. Huh?
No, the question is amplitude and wavelength.
What's the question?
Which lines are telling you where the wavelength is, and which lines are telling you, or you maybe point out what
the wavelength is in between
the blue one.
The two.
The blue one.
All right. It's the blue one. This one. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm on my computer. I can't.
Yeah, the wavelength. The wavelength is the white line in the middle, and the amplitude is the blue line.
So the amplitude.
Amplitude is the peaks.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah,
Amplitude is the peaks. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Amplitude is the peak. Exactly. That's how loud the sound is or will be. And then
the amplitude is the top and bottom lines.
Yes, thank you. Top and bottom line. Yeah, there you go.
That's why the stuff that people get put in their cars is about their amps.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Get that amperage up, right? And then a wavelength.
In between the two.
The bottom, that middle line.
The middle line.
Okay. So yeah. So and then how far do I go for a wavelength?
Right there.
Right there.
Right there. There it is. That's right there. Exactly. One cycle. Exactly. It's a wavelength. Exactly. A plus. You guys got this.
Woo! Did you get them right?
Yeah.
The waves on the surface of water are transverse waves. They make the water surface go up and down. All types of electromagnetic waves, like visible light, are also transverse waves. So, now you should be able to describe the differences between transverse waves and longitudinal waves. Remember, it is the energy and not the slinky itself that travels.
All right, that's your video. Did they show the frequency?
That's alchemy right there, bro.
That's so visible light is in there. So this is actually what I was trying to explain earlier. I wasn't really doing a very good job of. Is where visible light's only part of the spectrum, and we use different frequencies to do different things. So like X-rays are way high. Gamma rays, that's what I was thinking of, I think, before. Or no, these are small. These are smaller actually.
They're small.
It's like
but why are those like meters, nanometers? Why?
Yes.
Are they like?
Yes.
So what happened to the terahertz? How are they measured?
I think that would be. So it's still the same thing. I think it's still the same measure. Like, so you're talking about we're talking about wavelength.
Hertz to meters?
No, because this is wavelength.
Oh,
this is wavelength.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So for TV and radio and all that, yeah, this is like, and then I think what we hear is like way down there. So yeah, if you're working in like a doctor's office, you're hanging out with these.
And the infrared radiation, that's what they use to develop like the film, right? The old film.
I think so, yeah. I think so. They might use it in like night vision and stuff too, right? So I think in night they do some kind of weird frequency shifting inversion with infrared to do night vision. I think also if you've seen those videos where it's like you could see a heat map of somebody. I think that's also somehow better too. Anyway, did everybody get that? Does anybody need to see that again? Or? Nobody needs to see it.
I don't want to say like watch it again, but I didn't really catch the difference between transverse. I saw the difference, but I didn't really understand. I don't know how to put it in words. The difference between the transverse and longitudinal.
Longitudinal is horizontal.
Well,
horizontal waves.
It's kind of more like perpendicular or So they actually said it, I think, in a way that kind of makes sense. So a transverse wave is typically where you have, I would think of it as like a jump rope, where you're like, actually, yeah, that's maybe not a good analogy. I was gonna say, like, you know how on jump rope where you kind of turn it, but that's too confusing because you got the motion going around. It's basically, yeah, when you, when you have a, this is gonna be
so like thing. Instead of like moving the jump rope in a circular motion, you will move like up and down.
Well, you can take the so not really jump rope, but here's what I was gonna do. You guys are gonna love this demonstration. You guys love this. You guys are like, he just took his coat off.
I had to take his coat off.
So I would think of longitudinal like this. It's like if you have a rope and you shake it like this and you're pushing the energy out. So I was going to do this. This is like
no.
So that's like a longitudinal wave. I had to break dance for you. Sorry. So yeah, it's kind of like doing that, and that energy keeps getting pushed along. So it's still the same. It's going to be an oscillating wave where the values are going to, if you keep moving your hand like this.
Yeah, then you look familiar now. So you want to beat me?
Yeah. That's right. I was like the purple breaker. I'm telling you guys, Charles has you. Like, what other instructor is going to break dance for you during your stay? None of them. None of them. I'm dedicated to this. But no, yeah. So for the transverse waves, yeah, I would think of it as like the oscillator isn't. Okay, yeah. Here we are. Transverse waves are like this. So if you have a rope, you do this. If you were doing a longitudinal wave, you would do this, like a speaker does, right? Speaker just like pushes air straight.
Got it.
That makes more sense.
Sweet.
Like basically like momentum and stuff like that.
Yes. Yeah. So it's a little more just like it's kind of like straight on versus like oscillating like this. It's like sometimes I like can articulate this stuff and sometimes. But do you guys have a good understanding of waves right now, of like basic wave theory, hertz?
Yeah.
For the most part, yeah. I'm definitely gonna go over the notes a little bit more, but
yeah. And we're gonna build. So it's not like we're leaving it behind. You're starting a journey where we build on stuff kind of constantly. So don't worry.
I will say there's one thing you left out regarding waves, Charles.
What did I do?
You forgot to say free Max B, the ultimate wave surfer.
Free to wave.
Yo,
free to wave
God.
Max B. All right. I think we have a couple more slides to cover here. Yeah, we only have just a couple more slides. I think we're good. So check it out. We kind of already said this. Sound gets propagated through different mediums depending on density, and of course there has to be some degree of flexible. I think that should have been already in the sentence, but maybe I didn't say it clearly. Elastic means that the medium has molecules that can actually fluctuate, even if it's like not very much at all. If that makes any sense. Like concrete, it's you're probably not going to like see concrete, doing like a water wave, but sound can get through concrete. Sometimes dense mediums actually work better, believe it or not, than like air. Sometimes if something's more dense, sound actually has a better way to get through it because molecules are closer together. Sometimes, not all the time.
Somebody just told me that to treat a studio, you have to like change it to a certain concrete.
You could, yeah, like because it's so like I said, usually for soundproofing you want dense material because sound needs a lot of energy to get through it. So there's a lot of nuance there, a lot of. Can I get the mute? Can I get the mute? Can I get the mute?
Yeah.
There's a lot of nuance there because sometimes you're doing soundproofing versus like sound dispersion.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, like soundproofing is normally where you're trying to not have sound leak into another space, where sound dispersion is usually in a room. You want it to sound nice, so you don't want the room to have waves bouncing all over the place. So you actually make the sound in the room kind of disperse so it doesn't like mess with your ears. Because typically if you're in a flat square room, you're going to hear reflections on your ears, not just from the speakers themselves, obviously, but you're going to hear from the walls as well. So anyway, we'll get into that. So yeah, an elastic medium, something that's kind of flexible. In other words, there's no sound in space, which is unfortunate. I always wanted to, I want to get into space before I go. And I would love to be able to like run on the moon, like yo. Yeah.
Somehow they figured out how planets sound, though. I don't know how they did that, but
you can usually do it by. Well, yeah, you can do like density of atmosphere. That probably should do it. All right, so there are all kinds of energy out there. However, if there's nothing to transmit the energy, then the energy is not going to get transmitted. Meaning, if there's no train or no tracks for the train to run on, the train can't go any further. So it's kind of the same with sound in space. There's just nothing for it to vibrate. It's pushing on nothing. Which, in your head, you're probably like, okay, but wait a minute, Charles. You just said that light waves are like sound waves, and light waves are getting to us from the sun and from other planets. What the hell? Complicated stuff.
But they're different though, right? Because sound isn't an electromagnetic wave. Sound is just the air pressure.
It's below. Moving. Yeah, it's on below. Yeah, it's below. Yeah. That's what I said though. But I said that basically I'm saying though that there needs to be a medium. So meaning that if there's no medium, you would think no waves would make it here. That would actually be scary, because then you wouldn't even be able to see the sun. But not for tonight. All right, so here is something that's important, and you probably should take it away. Maybe when we do a review at the end of the week, you'll probably see this again. So 3 things are required for acoustic wave propagation, and that is compression, refraction, and the medium that it's going through. If you don't have one of those, it ain't gonna work out. Pretty simple stuff, actually. So in other words, the material that the audio is going through has to be able to do this or do this. That's it. One of those are missing, ain't gonna work out. So another term that we're going to add onto the pile here, another 2 terms actually, is reflection, which is where sound waves hit a material and bounce off of it and change direction. Or diffraction, or dispersion, or absorption, which is where the wave the energy for the wave gets absorbed and doesn't go out.
Surface.
Yes, by the surface, yeah.
What was that second term?
Actually, just 4, my bad. Actually, yeah, there's actually 4. Yes, yeah. So I'll just say them all again. So diffusion is where they're just bouncing off as normal. So in other words, like right now, me speaking in this room, there's some reverb going on. That's just normal sounds.
You said infusion, right?
Diffusion, as in diffused, like diffusing a bomb. Reflection is where waves are going a certain direction and they change direction. Kind of like you look at your reflection in the mirror, so the light's bouncing off the mirror back onto you, or vice versa. But then back onto you. Oh my God, it's so meta. And then refraction is where, in a way, it's kind of like you can imagine a wave kind of wrapping itself around an object. So you can maybe think of like a pole in the middle of a room where the sound waves actually have to kind of still be, they'll still move around, but part of the wave will essentially reflect at a different angle off the object in the room. That's refraction. It's kind of like they hug the thing, but still kind of bounce around. And then let's see what we say. What's the next one? Diffraction, right? Wait, I just said that one. Absorption.
I think you just described diffraction.
Yeah, I just described diffraction. Yes, exactly. And then absorption, which is where the energy gets lost. Essentially, the energy of the wave gets turned into something else.
Are you showing something on your screen?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I should be. My bad. Thank you. You reminded me. I had the video up, didn't I? Damn. Sorry about that. Normally I'm looking at the
so you can't have sound unless it has a medium to go through.
Yes, that
Correct.
is.
Okay.
Yes, a medium, a flexible medium, essentially.
Flexible medium. All right.
Yeah. Let's see. Can you see my screen? Yeah, now.
Yeah, it's good now.
Yes. Sorry about that. Thank you. So yeah, these are things that we're going to touch on in a deeper way as we move along. This is kind of like the introductory stuff. So don't panic, but yeah, write stuff down if you have to. It's
all this is in that document you had up there, right?
Yeah.
Yep, it's in O2 Intro to Acoustics. Yep, it's all in there.
I had a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it's pertaining to this morning. I just came in because I remember I said I had to work tonight. When I never got the link for the Zoom meeting, so I called in the morning. Yeah, and nobody didn't pick. Well, I had one call. I called the front office, and then they transferred me. So, I know I had to do the makeup class because of it, but I kept trying my hardest to get that link.
I believe that. Yeah, and I'm sorry about that. That's why I wanted Kia to. I sent the email to you.
Yeah, I saw the email.
Yeah, I wanted Kia to just be like, this is where it's at. He didn't. Anyway, maybe I should have dug that up for you. I apologize. I thought
no, it's not on you. No.
I mean, I should have made sure because I did see it when I woke up this morning. I saw that he didn't send it. So, we'll talk, and we'll figure something out. Because obviously you can't hear you're trying. I get it. So I don't want to ding you too much and stuff. But we'll have to pretend something happened because they know there's documentation that you couldn't be here or not.
Yeah.
But we'll figure it out. So let's see. I think we have time to start the engineering thing kind of briefly. We'll just talk about it. We won't even start to write it or anything. Then we can call them out. But before I do that, all of this talking about waves and cycles per second, hertz, and all that. Is anybody completely lost in anything? If you're not super solid, don't worry about that. But is there anything that you're just I just don't understand it or I don't get it, but I can go back over it real quick before we switch over. All right. Feel free, to ask questions in the future. If you're like, hey, Charles, on Wednesday you were talking about acoustics, and I looked at my notes. This doesn't make sense. Can you talk about this again for a second? I'm all good for that. I'd rather you kind of get the material again that you need rather than just kind of trying to move too fast, too soon. I'd rather you get it right. What mod are we in? We're in 1. You know that. All right, so let's talk about the assignment. So follow me into your canvases and let's go to research and engineer. Do me a favor, go to the research engineer assignment and click on it. And while you do that, I'm going to bring up something else on my screen, kind of just give a quick definition of what an engineer is. So you go open the assignment. I'm going to bring up another PDF about the one about the audio careers.
You said open up the assignment?
Yeah, so open up the assignment. So it's the research and engineer assignment.
Oh.
Yeah. This is yeah, for you, for the few of you who have been in another mod, I'm sorry. This is mod 1. Yeah, you were supposed to be here the last 2 days. Yeah, we have a couple people who actually the people who came in and who I haven't met yet, maybe stay for just a couple minutes after class so I can actually kind of get you caught up before you disappear. Because there's some stuff I gotta get you caught up on. All right, so you should be looking at an assignment on Canvas. So once again, go into modules, go into week 1, go into assignments, go into research and engineer. And what I'm going to do is on my screen, I'm going to show you a definition of what an audio engineer is. So I'm doing this because I want you to understand what an audio engineer is if you want to go rogue on me and say you have your own engineer that you want to talk about. Okay, So up on my screen, I have a slide that talks about the audio engineer. Your assignment is to research an audio engineer and write 200 words, which we'll get into in detail here in a few minutes, about an audio engineer. Now, I want to be clear. I need you to, once again, focus, read everything twice, understand what's delivered. If you don't understand, ask questions. One of the questions that I'm going to answer for you right now is, yes, it has to be an audio engineer, not a producer. Not a producer. One more time, not a producer, an audio engineer. Now, if you have someone who's an audio engineer, meaning they've had to have credit being an audio engineer on multiple recordings, hopefully like professional ones, then I will let you write about them if you want to go, again, crazy rogue on this. But the recommendation is that you find out something about somebody you don't know, so you learn something, versus, hey, I already know about somebody and I'm going to go ahead and just tell you what I know about them, because it's easy and it's fun to keep looking at this person that I already know a lot about. We don't recommend doing that because you're not going to learn much that way. So once again, it has to be an engineer. So what I mean by audio engineer is the audio engineer is the person who's responsible for running recording sessions. Again, not a producer, not a beat maker, not somebody who coaches musicians doing something. Audio engineer for recording purposes and live sound purposes. So this includes getting microphones together, getting stuff for the signal chain, meaning like effects, processors, whatever is needed for the console, making sure whatever recording medium that they want to record to is the appropriate one. Engineers, in most cases, are the most technically trained person at a studio, meaning like you go to a studio and the head engineer is there. There's no person in that building who knows the equipment and the recording process better than that person. They are the head engineer in charge and know everything. And they're usually telling other people what to do. Engineers are paid more because of obviously their experience. They usually get credit on records for what they do. So you can go to an album's credits, and usually there's a engineering credit engineered by a recording engineer. Sometimes there's a recording and a mixing engineer. I'm not going to be too picky if you have somebody who is a specific type of recording engineer, but I want you to keep it in the engineering realm, again, not producer. But like I said, they have credits as both, that's totally fine, but you don't write about them as a producer. You write about them as an engineer.
I have a question.
Yes.
So like there's this engineer, a late great engineer named Seth Ferkins. You heard of him?
No.
I know he's worked with Future primarily. I don't really know much about him outside of that. Could I do him? Because I don't really know.
Yeah. That's perfect. Like, you know, I want you to challenge yourself. I'm not really gonna like quiz you to make sure you didn't know about him. Like,
no, I just know his name and that he works with Future. I don't know anything else.
Okay, good. No, sounds like a perfect candidate for what you should do. Engineers usually do work tightly with producers, and usually, in many cases in the real world, producers and engineer are pretty like tight, meaning like they know what each other want and like, and they can actually, you know, do it without too much coaching or too much direction. And that's usually why you work with somebody who can help you get the job done without you having to go ahead and micromanage. So often engineers who are, you know, sought after are actually too busy to work for random people because they are so sought after and do their jobs so well.
All right, I don't need about chance. Say, my bad to cut you off. Say about chance we do somebody that happens to be like a jack of all trades, like they produce and they audio engineer.
Yeah, like I said, you still have to write it. You still have to write about them as an engineer. I don't want to hear about their production. I don't want to hear about their musicianship. I don't want to hear about their bars. Yeah, because this is about audio engineering, not about production. Like if they are that, like I said, it's fine. If you know, whatever, Kanye, can't think of another name right now. If he's, you know, engineered 6 major label albums that were not like somebody on his label or something like that, I would accept that because he did engineering thing, but you're not going to write about Kanye as an artist. You're not going to write about him as a producer. You're not even going to write about him as like talent on any kind of recording. You're going to be like, he engineered this record. He employed this technique. He modeled his stuff after this. He likes this console because it gives this kind of flavor, blah, blah, blah. That's what you're going to write about, the engineering aspect. Okay, so this document, the audio production careers, is on your Canvas. So you want to go back and look at this definition to maybe help you write, please feel free to do that. It is in your, I think it's under, what is it, under, not reading, it's under, oh, it's actually under handouts. It's week 1 handouts, that document I just showed you. All right, I'm going to the assignment now, and let's go ahead and dive right into it. So research and engineer, this is due May 9th, which is not too far from now, so don't front. So title of the assignment, research and engineer, reading it out loud, using online resources discussed in this class, researching a recording, mixing, or mastering engineer. The point is to do some research and learn something. So don't pick somebody you know. When you find somebody, write 200 words in a discussion. So remember discussions. Down below, you hit the reply button. Down here, you're gonna type in your answer in a discussion. I recommend, of course, doing this in some other document. I don't recommend going right to the reply and typing everything in there, because if something happens, you close it, it might not submit what you wrote, and you might lose it, or some other thing might happen. So write this in some other kind of text document. Don't go right to the submission page here. Okay, it says write 200 words. I will count the words. Yes, it's true. And write about the individual and their contribution to the industry. It says include information about projects that they have worked on, techniques that they often employ, studios or labels, sorry, my glasses again, studios or labels that they have been known to work for or in, and what years they were active. Below are some helpful resources, and then below that, it talks about submission guidelines. If you click on the submission guidelines link, it talks about plagiarism and how to, whoops, says page not even found yet. That's not good. I can show you that another time, but it basically talks about plagiarism. And actually, maybe I should just go do it. So you stay on that project, and I'm going to go into our previous interview. And so this is the same link here where it says, so if you click on that link, this is supposed to be the guidelines for discussions, and it talks to you about conduct and the objective, where it's supposed to be more like an intelligent conversation about a topic. So, they kind of envision that you're studying somebody and you're going to chime in with the person that you found, and you're going to talk about that person in an intelligent way. There's a statement here about plagiarism, which I didn't really go through any of this in the admin part of my long-winded explanation of what SAE is. I'm just going to say it like this. I'm not even going to read the statement to you. I'm going to say it like this. If you cheat at SAE, you copy another student's work, or in this case, what they're referencing is that you just go to the web, you grab somebody's writings, and you just paste them like they're yours. In other words, you don't write any of your own words. That's all plagiarism. If you do that, I'm going to make it clear to you that, first of all, if I find out, I'm going to call you out and have to report you unless there's some great explanation for it, which there never has been. The other thing I want to say, which is more important, is that here at SAE, we don't give you this stuff just to keep you busy. We don't give you this stuff because we have nothing else to do. You're paying to learn this stuff. You came to us, you're trusting us with this. If you don't do it, you are playing yourself. you're paying for something and you're playing yourself. You are paying a lot of money for this and you're playing yourself. So you're not getting one over on me. You're not getting one over on your fellow students by doing less. You are literally wasting your money here if you do this. So please just think about that. I know sometimes it's hard to do these written assignments because you didn't come here to read and write and do other things, but it's part of how we do things. So just don't do it. Please don't do it. Please, 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 please. I'm going to do my best, like I said, to keep everybody who needs help in a bunch and work together. So you have resources. I just want to let you know, like, please try to better yourself. If you're not feeling like you're in a comfortable place, I got you. I can do my best to kind of help you get up to speed. All right. There's more stuff about citation and stuff. So if you want to come back to this particular page, I can even throw it in the chat, but it's on the previous assignment that you just did for the interviews at the very bottom of that. So let me paste this and hopefully not send it to just one person. All right. That link is in chat. I'm going to read about plagiarism. So at the bottom, it's cool. There's guides for like how to, reference things. In other words, if I go to the Wikipedia page about DMX, I have to reference that page and say, oh, okay, this information I actually got from this person. I didn't, get it myself. All right, hopefully that's clear to you guys. Going back, so here's what, so for people who are a little less inclined on the writing and stuff, listen up, because I'm gonna give you kind of an easy way to get this started. Like I'm gonna, dismiss class in a few minutes after this is, after I talk through this, so we're not gonna start this tonight, but maybe start a document right now before you leave class, so it's the train's kind of ready to leave the station when you get back in the class. So I'm gonna go to research and engineer. Oh, the other thing too is we talked about groups. I meant to ask you guys if you want me to assign the group to do this, but we can do it tomorrow. So here's what I would do. Listen up again if you're kind of a lazy writer or someone who's just like dreading all of this. I'm gonna give you some great starter tips, and like I said, we can even do this together tomorrow. But what I would do is if you're like not sure about how to start to write or whatever, is number one, I would do my research. I would pick the person and do my research. Sorry, real quick. I guess I can't share this with you guys. Maybe I'll make a, you know what? I'll make this document for you guys tonight. Another instructor here, this guy, Michael John, you might know him as Brooklyn Mike if you met him already. He made a list of engineers, which I have up on your screen right now, that you could, if you're just like, hey, I don't know who to think of, whatever. He made a list, and I actually added to it of engineers that you could actually go and research. The other thing I was going to recommend too is that you could find your favorite artist. So I don't know. Let's pretend you love Stevie Wonder. So you go to discogs.com, type in Stevie Wonder. Whoops, who's that? Sorry about that. I gotta get out of there quick. Get out of there quick. Get out of there quick before they see you. Hopefully you guys didn't see that.
We saw that.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, Stevie Wonder ain't see it, but I saw it.
Yeah, right, Stevie Wonder.
Yo,
that's good. That's funny. So yeah, I would do is I'd be like, oh, cool. You know what? One of my favorite Stevie albums is Secret Life of Plants. And whoops, I meant to click on it, but I clicked on something else. And then you could go and click on the album and see who engineered this lovely recording. And usually there's going to be credits. You might have to like click into more of the actual parts of the recording to see some of the credentials, but you can see I drilled down and I got into like some actual credits too. So you can maybe go to your favorite album on Discogs and find out who engineered your favorite album and work back from there. That might be a way to do this. Just those are just a couple of quick recommendations if you're not sure what to write about. So first of all, find a person, find them quickly. Don't spend too much time. It's not really worth it. Just quickly, just maybe take, I would say, not any more than 10 minutes trying to figure this out. Because getting the assignment done is more important. I would do that first, then I would maybe open a couple tabs, get a couple pages open where there's information about that audio engineer that you can read about and reference. And if you need to kind of compile that into things you can edit later, maybe copy and paste it, some of the paragraphs into a document so you can kind of pull from that. Now, I need you to write your own words. I'm sorry. Can't have you just copying and pasting from the internet. You know, we don't do that here. You might do it, but we don't do it. So I recommend at the very top of the document, copying this last sentence, because this is exactly telling you exactly what to put in your writings. So if you're one of these people who's like, I'm not sure what to write about, we told you exactly right here what to write. I highlighted it. It says, include information about project they've worked on. So I even just showed you how to do that. Go to Discogs. You can usually type in the engineer's name in Discogs, and it'll come up. Like that engineer's name will come up. And you can just go through their projects right there and just be like, okay, they worked on these five albums. Usually you should pick like maybe some of their known albums and then maybe like a more obscure album, just to kind of keep it interesting. And then let's see, work on, so yeah, you go to Discogs, get their projects, and then techniques that they employed. So there's going to be hopefully articles someplace that you can find. I hate to always have people go to Wikipedia, mostly because it's, first of all, it's not always the most accurate information. Two, it's like a crutch for people who don't know how to really dig for information. Three, is just like almost lazy journalism, if you will. But anyway,
Wikipedia got all the answers.
Try not to lean on that crutch. You know, it's okay to get some meat and potatoes. You know, if you're trying to get, you know, life stories, life stats, all that stuff. But please don't get like, you know, details of like their stuff. Go someplace else. Anyway, you go find out the techniques that they employed. And I mean by recording techniques. So this might be like types of microphones that they use, or types of miking techniques that they use, not even necessarily just the microphones, but the technique of setting up the mic. Maybe they use a particular console with a particular compressor, something like that might be something you can say, hey, that's a signature technique of that engineer. Or they might have other things where they might say, hey, to make the room more realistic, I'm going to put in, I don't know, I'm going to have people stand around in the room and cheer versus putting in like fake crowd noise or something like that. So, you know, some engineers actually do take it to the next level. Like for tropical albums, they'll make the studio look, you know, we'll bring in like plants and like, you know, have bird sounds in the background while the band's kind of getting ready and stuff like that. So anyway, read up on them, find all the good, dirty stuff, and then, you know, obviously when you're finding out the discography, you can find out which labels and which studios they've actually worked at. And anybody that they've worked for that's even not a studio. So maybe you might find like Michael Jackson has his engineer that he always used like on his personal stuff that was just following him around, wherever he was, whatever that is, find that info, find out which years they were active, and if they're still active, obviously you can say, hey, I found out that they're still doing stuff and they're working at the studio over here across the street. Da, 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 da. So I got all that from just this one sentence right here. All of this stuff I just said. I said over 200 words to you just now. So it is not that hard to do. You have to speak it into your phone and transcribe it later. Do that. You can also have like Google, you know, take your words, you know, turn them into stuff too. Like this is a very easy assignment. All right. There's some links that they've recommended for also finding info that you could also dig into as well. So there's Sound on Sound, Tape Op, and allmusic.com. Those are either engineering sites, or All Music is kind of like a Discogs, but a little more just kind of reviews about this and stuff like that. So Okay, and then if you have other things that we don't ask for, you can of course add that. You know, maybe you found a fun fact. Maybe you found some other important thing about the engineer that is not part of what we asked, but you think is important for us to know. Please go the extra mile. Come up with your own questions. I'd be super ecstatic if you really took that initiative. All right. So once you get all that together in a Word document, once again, type in complete sentences, proper punctuation, Charles, proper punctuation. Try to do like, cohesive thoughts, meaning like don't write a run-on paragraph. In other words, I don't want to see one blobby paragraph with everything. Every paragraph should be kind of an answer to something you're writing about. So a little paragraph about their life, 3 sentences. A little paragraph about where they work, 3 sentences. You know what I'm saying? There should be somewhat organized writing. Use your classmates. Use me as a resource if you're not sure. Say, hey, sorry, I need my hand held through this. I want you to do it, and I want you to do it right. So don't be shy. All right? So once it's in a nice place and looks semi-professional, all the words are spelled correctly. There's no N words in there. There's no mentions of NAS. There's no mention jokes. No. When it's ready, then you go and submit it here by hitting this reply button on the bottom. It should be 200 words. Read the directions. Yes.
And you said do reference websites.
Yes.
Reference
yes.
websites.
Yeah. Yeah. And you should just let at the bottom of your thing, maybe if you want to just tell us, I got this info from here. In other words, you don't have to be too super formal about it, but you should say, these sentences I got from this place.
Well, what if I just take some important facts and put my own words around those facts?
Oh, that's what you have to do. That's what you're supposed to do. So yeah, you should
I still have to reference those.
It's a good habit to get into, yes, but I'm not gonna be a stickler. If you wrote your own words and I could tell it's your own words, I'm not gonna go and ask for reference points. This isn't about the reference points. So let's say for now, don't worry about it. I'd rather you worry on writing something in your own words properly. That's what I want you to worry about.
But if by chance you do, for whatever reason, just have write one piece verbatim, you do have to reference that.
You should. Yes, you should. That's the point. Yeah, that's why I showed you the link before that I put in the chat. The one that I put in the chat. That's actually exactly why I showed you that. It shows you how to reference, and you should be referencing things to say, "Hey, look, I didn't write this. Someone else wrote that." Yeah, and I would write it. I would even
plagiarism.
It is exactly. Thank you. That's exactly what the definition is. I know some people don't really understand it clearly. But yes, that is plagiarism if you literally take sentences from someone else and put it in yours and don't put quotations and say, so-and-so at this website said, quotation, that. If you don't say that, then it's plagiarism. Because you're passing it off as well. If I got bars and you take my bars, those are my bars. You better say, yo, these are Charles's bars. And then say the bars.
Drake didn't.
Oh, a lot of people did. A lot of people did.
Yeah, I was waiting.
A lot of people did. Trust me. Biggie would be getting so many royalties. His family would be getting so many royalties if that was the case.
especially his son Jay-Z.
Yeah.
Top recycler.
Word up. That's what's up. Okay, so as with every class at the end, we're gonna rally. We're gonna give some shout outs. We're gonna give some. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen here so we can see you off. So I've talked you into the end of yet another class. We are most of the way through the first week. Yeah.
We're
doing this. I'm feeling good about it. You guys seem like a good bunch. I haven't seen any fist fights yet.
Yo,
Yo, you getting dark right now.
Dog. That was different.
It's crazy.
11:05. That's
So
scary hours for Professor Charles.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you seen that before this since you said that.
So check it out. Don't forget. Remember, what do you do every night? Tell me. What do you do every night? Sign out. Thank you. That's right. When I give you the green light, you sign out, and I'm giving you the green light right now. So yeah, for those of you who are new, like I said, stick around just a few extra minutes. I got to show you. But for everybody else, please go to that sign out sheet, which I'm trying to get up on my
Professor
screen.
Charles, back to you and your little Nas jab earlier. You want to know something funny?
What?
Speaking about engineers, I actually went to a studio in Elmont, and I was working with this engineer named Lou, and his catalog is so weirdly diverse. Like he mixed stuff for Shania Twain, Madonna, and also Nas.
Whoa, that's your in, man. That's your in. Be like, yo, you know, okay, hook me up. Where's the emails? Where's the yo? If we could get Nas to be a guest speaker in this class,
oh, wish.
Oh man,
I wish. What?
Anyway,
start freestyling right now.
So yeah, anybody who's new, look at the screen now because we got a sign out sheet that I have to invite you to this sign out sheet. So I'm going to need to put you to put your email in the chat in a second. The way that the sign out sheet works is whenever you come in, you put in the time where it says time in column. Whenever you leave, you put the time out next to your name. You know, one shot deal, meaning you only use one column. Don't use like two columns to sign in and out. If you have your student ID, put it there. It is not crucial.
Can I put that 0 on the 30? Because I forgot to put the 0.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I get it. No, but thanks for asking that. So for the people again who are new, you do this every day. I have to invite you to it every day. When you come into class, you're going to sign in and then you sign out. I can track the changes on the document, which is why everybody's being nice and honest right now. Because if I had my back turned, they totally would be talking trash.
I forgot what time I came in, but I know it was like 10:30.
Okay, that's fine. Just be, again, the details. So the thing, again, for the new people, so for the details, I'm usually not going to be a stickler. So, that's why I say just be honest. If you're 10 minutes late, usually if you're 10 minutes late, like once a week, whatever, I'm like, all right, whatever. But if you lie to me, or if you're trying to be like manipulative in other ways, basically we're gonna have to battle. Not really, but it goes a long way. It goes a long way. Like I said, no fist fights.
Where did you guys say the student number is at?
Yeah, somebody said yesterday. Somebody shout that out on the iPad on Canvas. Where did you get the student number?
If you go on a portal, when you log on to the portal, it's going to be you go into Canvas, and then
what are you doing? You making fun of me?
Oh wait, I'm doing the wrong thing, I think.
If you click your icon in that corner up there, you can see your email and the number.
In Canvas?
Yeah, or not in Canvas, but in if you go to Google Docs or Google Drive.
Oh, that's what you pointing to.
Yeah. I should have explained.
So yeah.
It's in Canvas too, though. Sorry, it's in Canvas too. When you go in Canvas and you hit that menu,
the 3 bars at the top of the screen.
Yeah, it comes out on the side on the iPad.
Yeah, you should know where to get that number. Like I said, you're going to need that number a lot at the school, especially like when you get on campus and you go in the office and you're like, yo, I need some kind of sheet I got to fill out for this. You always got to put your number like 5 times. So just know it by heart. Or if you got to ask somebody to look up your grades or something like that, that's how they look at you. That's how they look at you. It's a number. All right, so yes, you have my permission to sign out and have a good night. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to invite you to the sheet again. Hopefully, I tried to copy all the emails from earlier that people had me resend it to. Hopefully, this time it will work. Please check if you have an SAE email, maybe check that first if you haven't given me a private email, especially because I'm trying to use SAE emails if I got them. But if you gave me a private email, that's fine. All right, so now, unless there's any last class questions, have a good night. For the people
when
who
does
are
this due?
Oh, that's a good question. Yes, thank you. I was gonna say, somebody shout that out. You should know this. How do you figure out when something's due, y'all?
It's in the calendar, also in the portal.
Yes, and also when you go, yep,
in the module too.
Yep. So right now I got my mouse right next to a due date.
May 9th. Yeah, we got a bunch of things due.
Yep. Yeah, it's usually every week for the shorter assignments. It's usually basically every week that you have to do that. Thank you, Hannah. All right, so for the people hopefully who stuck around who are new, which I think it's only what, 2 people?
I'm here.
Good night.
Okay.
Have a good night.
All right, who's on here? I'm sorry, Evan.
It's y'all.
Khalid.
Khalid.
Yo.
Okay, Khalid.
Where
All right.
is the
what do you mean?
Where's the calendar and portal? Because I don't see no calendar. I just see all the icons for the different apps.
I think on the left. I don't have the iPad handy. Somebody has an iPad. Somebody shout that out. Khalid.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm Charles. By the way, nice to meet you. So yeah, you were supposed to be here the last 2 days. You missed it by mistake. You were in mod 3.
Yes, they had me in mod 3 like yesterday.
Oh.
I'm in the class. I'm there, like the teacher, the professor is just talking. It's like all a different language to me. I'm like, oh, this is the first day.
Yo, that's crazy. It was a John Terrell.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Man, sorry about that mix-up. That's crazy. They threw you into mod 3.
And I joined the same Zoom today. I'm like, am I supposed to be in this class? Like, what mod is it? And he was like, mod 3. I'm like, oh.
Oh yeah, no, you were totally in the wrong place. All right. Well, anyway, I'm glad you're in the right place now, and you are on my roster. Let me double check. So let me double check though, right now while you're here. So I want to make sure.
Later.
All right, peace. I gotta make sure I give you the proper attendance. So just hold on 1 second. I gotta bring up my portal. So you are. Hold on. Lambert is your last name, Khalid?
Yes.
All right, Lambert. Okay, got you. All right, I just want to make sure that you are in my thing. So I don't know if I can update yesterday. I probably can't do yesterday's attendance, but obviously you're here today. So I got you from now on moving forward. So a couple of things trying to get you updated as quick as possible. So we've only done one real assignment so far, which was you have to interview one of your fellow students, and then they interview you, and then you present it. So the good news is actually, I think there's 2 people who were, I think you, and then I think there's another person who actually wasn't here. Well, actually, I know there was a student who he had to leave and then came back. This guy, you know what? Let me see if I can find his name. Because you know what I might do is I might send you both an email. You guys can do the project together. Or maybe you're going to be here tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe tomorrow I'll push you and Steven together to do this project because he hasn't done it yet. So you're familiar with Canvas, right? And you can see the Canvas.
I'm not familiar with it. Like, this is my first time using it, but I've just I was
logged into it.
Log on the whole time.
Okay, so you can
now
see
seeing everything that.
Okay, you can see the modules, and you can see. So, like, you see modules on the left, and then you click on the weeks. Can you see that? Like, you click on modules, and then you see online video content. You see resources. And you see week.
On my screen, it says the dashboard, calendar, to do, and all that. Notice.
So, dashboard. Maybe do you see AT 101?
Yes.
So click on that. So that's okay. Your actual, that's your actual section. Yeah. So now you see modules on the left. Click on that. And then, so modules, just as a quick orientation, is kind of where everything is for the class. So any handouts, any notes, like the notes I have on my screen, All that stuff is going to be in modules. So you pretty much don't, you can still, but you pretty much don't have to ask me, be like, yo, Charles, where's the assignment? Everything is in the modules. All the notes, all the assignments, and pretty much all the information for the assignments would be in there. So if you click on modules, it's week by week. Actually, let me back up 1 second. At the very top where it says online video content and modules, open that for 1 quick second, and and click on the link in there. That is all of the previous classes. So if you have to do makeup classes and go back and look at a class, it's going to be there. Every night I'm going to populate the recording of the current class in that list. And then at the top of that, you see where it says makeup sheet or whatever. So if you ever have to go do makeup hours, which you're probably unfortunately gonna, actually you may not. You were at class Monday and Tuesday.
But
hopefully,
Monday one. No, actually, what's today? Yes, I was in a Monday class.
Okay.
Module 3.
Okay. Hopefully they don't make you do makeup hours, and I have no, control over that. But anyway, if they do, you have to do that makeup sheet first to document that, hey, I'm going to do this. And then you go down and watch the class in the video, if that makes any sense. Basically, what I'm saying is if you miss a class and you have to go back and watch the class, you can't just watch it and say, hey, Charles, I watched it. You need to document it so the school knows that you actually went back and watched the video for the thing. So, but that's what everything is on that page there, on that online content. So back to the modules for the weeks for 1 second. So go into week 1, and the handouts, readings, and assignments are the major categories. Every module is going to have that stuff in it per week. And usually we're going to touch on 80 to 90% of the stuff in the folders per week. In other words, we may not do everything in the folders every week. In other words, like, or for example, this week we haven't done any readings, the 2 readings. I was considering doing the readings today, but we're moving a little too slow in the material. So I'm just going to probably set that aside for maybe another time. Anyway, I'm just making an example that everything you need is there, and I think you kind of get it. So the first project that you're going to have to do, like I said, I'm going to link you with the student Stephen P, if that is last name. You're going to that introductory interview. You click on that. That's going to be the first assignment that I need you to do. So what you're going to do is you're going to sit with Stephen, either if you guys are in class, and I can put you in a breakout room or something like that. You guys can sit there and interview each other, and then you'll come back and present to the class what you found out about Stephen. And he's going to do the same for you. Does that make sense? Pretty straightforward. And in the document I wrote down, so at the bottom of that, it says there's a little link. You're on a computer, not an iPad?
The Zoom is on my computer. I'm on my phone.
Okay. So
until I get my iPads and stuff.
Okay, no worries. I don't know if you can see at the bottom of the description.
It says here.
Well, there's a document that says interview_name_doc, which I think you only see it on the desktop. I think you only see it. Anyway, so there's an attached document is what you should just know that you're going to use to do the interview.
Okay.
So don't worry about it at this particular moment since you're not going to do the interview, but there is an attached document in that assignment. So when you go to do it, you're going to get that document. Again, I basically wrote a template that you're going to write in, like Stephen's name. You're going to write your name at the top. Put your name on everything, first of all. You're going to write your name at the top, and then you're going to write all Stephen's name and his info, because you're going to interview him. You're going to be like, okay, what's your government name? Okay, where you living? These are the questions in there. So pretty straightforward. When you're done with that, you can either, I don't know if you're savvy on Google Docs or not, or if you're.
I just started getting into it because of my job. So.
Okay. So you're a little bit familiar. Okay, good. So you can either save a PDF out of Google Docs if you use that, or if you just want to copy all the text out of the document you're writing in and paste it into the discussion below. So you can look below in that discussion. You should be able to see other students' replies. If you scroll down in that assignment, so you can see, if you scroll way down, you see some students pasted in the actual interview, and some of them pasted in a document. So either one of those is fine. If you want to copy and paste the contents of the document, put it in there as a text, that's fine. Or if you want to attach, I don't care. Doesn't matter. All right, that's the first assignment that you guys will have to get caught up on. Again, I'm going to have to pair you up with Steven tomorrow to probably do that. Otherwise, really, so for the first 2 days, hopefully you don't have to make any of this stuff up. But it was a lot of just like talk about what SAE is, you know, getting to know everybody. A lot of just like hacks for getting through SAE, you know, because it's a pretty tough school in some ways. And I was just trying to get people kind of motivated and ready to go. So you didn't really miss material, if you know what I mean. You really just kind of miss, you know, a little bit of like getting to know each other. So there's nothing really you have to worry about there. But maybe at some time I should just kind of paraphrase or quickly go through it at some point. I won't do it tonight. So the only other thing I can think of is that for tonight, you didn't do the sign-in sheet, right?
No.
All right.
I can get that through Canvas.
No, so I have to send that to you every day.
Oh, okay.
So do me a favor in the chat, put your email, and I'll send it to you right now, so you can actually just do it and show me that you can do it. Man, that must have been crazy. John Terrell's mocking. Because I think it happened to somebody else too. There's an email from my boss, and they were talking about, I think it's Shawanda. He was on my list, but I've never seen him.
I'm just in the class. I'm like, so they just put us right into this. I'm over here baffled, like, oh, I was writing down notes and all that. Like,
well, when you get to mod 3, when you get to mod 3, you be like, yo, I got this.
I was like, yeah, when this part comes up, I'm gonna know what he's talking about.
Yeah, you got about like 6 months to get to that point, but now you know. All right, so I'm sending you. Let me actually, before I even do this, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna share my screen again, just so you can see the document, which you probably saw a little bit earlier. But I want to share it, so actually, pause recording. Stop streaming.